so I think I can use it.
Test.
Okay. Sounds like folks can hear me, and I assume that the folks who have called in are with us now. Welcome. I'm Julie Eklund. I'm the Assistant Commissioner in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division here at the Coordinating Board. We're, of course, the division that coordinates the accountability system for our public, independent, private, and career schools. And actually, I shouldn't include independent for our public and career schools and our out-of-state schools, who, of course, have a presence in Texas. We've had some changes coming, and that's part of why we gathered you here together to meet with us today. Probably one that's the most significant for us is the fact that we have a new state plan, 60 by 30 Tex. Our Closing the Gaps plan, our 15-year long-term plan, came to an end in 2015. We produced our final report for that this spring. Please do feel free to access that online to see the tremendous success that Texas had in several areas, especially related to student success and student completions, as well as participation. We came within, I think, 4% of our very ambitious participation goal for Texas. And of course, your institution's data, your institution students were included in our participation and success goals. So we're, of course, very pleased that you've reported that information to us. It's been available in our accountability system, and we've included those students in Texas in the success of Texas higher education under our Closing the Gaps plan. But now the new 60 by 30 Tex plan is in place. It was adopted a year ago by our board, or adopted in July 2015, and we are redesigning the architecture in our accountability system, and we're also, of course, taking another look at our accountability measures as a result of the new plan. The redesign is in part because the system is getting a little bit outdated, and I think it was pretty cutting edge when we started, but now it's looking a little old, so we're going to have a new format, and this is, of course, a perfect time to do it, because with the new plan, we're taking a look at our accountability measures with all of the groups that participate in that system, to make sure that they make sense under our new plan. And of course, we're going to have several new measures that align to our new plan goals and targets, but because the accountability system is more than just about the plan, it's about institutional comparisons, seeing where our institutions stand in relation to others, and for our publics also in relation to out-of-state peers, because that's also an important part of our accountability system. We will have some measures in the plan in the accountability system that don't reflect the goals and targets of the plan. So most of today, you're going to be talking about measures and talking about the new plan in relation to measures, but also the additional information that everyone feels is important for us to collect and have in our accountability system moving forward. So Bill is going to be facilitating the meeting. What I'll do is I think I'll do some brief introductions of the folks here from the strategic planning and funding staff. We have several folks here, some who you've probably worked with pretty closely over the years, and some who are brand new. And then we'll have you introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to hand it over to Bill to facilitate the meeting. I'll be in the building, so if you do get stuck on something and want to have me come down, I'd be happy to do that. So that's the one big change that's coming. The other thing I did want to mention that's a change that affects some of you folks and probably affects the four-year career schools more, is the change to the SARA, to the state authorization, state reciprocity, state authorization reciprocity agreements, yes. And so that's something that I think there'll be questions about, and we'll do the best we can to answer those questions in terms of how data will be coming into the coordinating board and any changes that will need to happen in terms of accountability reporting related to that. And our academic quality and workforce division is coordinating the SARA efforts for Texas. And so we have staff there who are also available to answer questions if we do have some things come up that we're not able to help with. That said, let me introduce, first I'm going to start on my left. This is Jenna Cullinane Heggie, and she started in June at the coordinating board. She's the Deputy Assistant Commissioner in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division. So she'll be with you today throughout the meeting, and she has really immersed herself in accountability measures over the last couple of months and has a very good familiarity with them. Bill Abasolo, who I mentioned before, is our Director of Strategic Planning and Analysis, and he is directly responsible for the accountability system and the redesign. So he's also been a very busy man the last few months, and he's been with us for almost a year and a half now. Gabriella Borkeman is here on our left in yellow, on my left. Gabriella has been at the coordinating board about 11 years, I think about as long as I have, and has worked closely with the career schools. She was on the ground when the accountability system for career schools was being developed. So she has participated in all the meetings and activities around that. So she's really our subject matter expert in terms of these particular groups and the accountability system. And Cliff King, who also works in the division, is the person who's responsible for bringing in all the data. He's the one who goes back and forth with your institutions if there's questions about the data, or if on occasion it might be slightly delayed. So he does good work in terms of making sure that we get your data, it's accurate, certified, and then we're able to provide that data in our accountability system. And of course, our online resumes also include the career school data. Then we have a couple of brand new folks who have joined us who are here to, we've got Diane Ergel is sitting in the back. Diane is a data specialist in our division and has been here longer than any of us and really she works very closely with the accountability system in terms of loading the institutional data for all the institutional types. So she's got a lot of expertise there, and she's been really working closely on development of the new system and kind of has an understanding of what will work and won't work in terms of how we're bringing in data there. And Bill will give you, some more details about the new system. And then we have Chelsea Moore and John Dinning, who are in the middle and the back, and they've both just recently joined the staff. Chelsea last week, right, or week before, and John last month, and they are here to learn more about the system and how it works. They're on Bill's team, so we're happy to have all of them here to listen to the conversation and to gain a better understanding of how our career schools accountability data comes in and is reflected in the system, and of course the important discussion today about the measures that are going to be in the system moving forward now that we have a new state plan. So I'm going to turn it over to those who are here to introduce themselves and about how many people we're going to be calling in, Bill, because it would be great if they could also let us know they're here.
Yeah, I think Sue said that there were going to be 6 to 8 people calling in.
Okay, great. So why don't we start with introductions for those of you who are here, and if you could just mention your institution and the role you play there, and then we'll see if our system is working for the folks who are listening in from their institution, see if they're able to also introduce themselves. So Steve, do you want to begin? Wonderful, welcome. And it's a little red button there, and then I think we have, did we get a microphone? Wonderful, so let's just use that. We'll see if that'll work, and we can pass that, or maybe Cliff or John or someone could pass that. That would be great. Oh, good. Not sure it's working. We'll get you some help in a minute. Thank you. Thank you for coming out and joining us. Thank you for joining us. Yes.
Bob Willis.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Cummings. I represent Vista College. We have 8 campuses as well as an online campus here in the Texas area, and I am in the compliance department.
Wonderful. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. My name is Margie Aguilar, and I'm from Western Technical College in El Paso, Texas.
Thank you.
Becky Peregrine. I'm with MediaTek Institute. We have campuses in Austin, Dallas, Houston, and Oceanside, California.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us. And seems like we have a good mix of folks with the different responsibilities in terms of reporting and campus leadership. So I think that will only enhance our discussion to have that kind of diversity. And in terms of those listening in, if you could jump in and we'll see if we can hear you. Do we have anyone listening on the call?
This is Bird with Fortis College in Grand Prairie, Texas.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Art Cervantes in Houston.
And you will represent what institution?
This is also Fortis
Oh, great.
College and Fortis Institute.
Thank you.
Hi, Jennifer Rodriguez and Louise Steins calling in for Education Corporation of America with several campuses, and we may actually get over there shortly.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, thanks for joining us. I guess you're listening in the car. Who else do we have with us?
Marion Jewell, Baptist School of Health Professions, San Antonio.
Thank you for joining us,
With my
Marion.
leadership team.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Do we have anyone else?
Hi, this is Bridget. I'm calling from Dallas Nursing Institute.
Thank you for calling in.
Hi, this is Tracy Doyle. I'm calling from MediaTek Institute. We have a campus in Dallas and Houston, and Becky is there, and so we're doing it both ways.
Wonderful. Thank you for calling in. Anyone else?
This is Bryce Larson, also calling in for ECA.
Great. Thank you for joining us. Well, I'm so glad all of you were able to either be here with us in person or participate on the conference call. So far, it's very quiet in here. Every once in a while, we'll have a situation where we get some background music. Just be careful not to put us on hold, or we'll get whatever your hold message happens to be. So if that happens, we will have to close off the speakers, and which will make it difficult for you to provide comments. But if that does happen, you can email in if you have any questions or comments.
We'll cover it.
And we've got it covered in terms of the presentation. Bill will provide the information for that. So again, thank you all very much for joining us. I'm sorry that I'm not able to stay all day. I will drop back down probably at some point and make sure there aren't any questions that you need me to be involved with. And again, we have other expertise in the building should something come up where we need it. But that said, I'm going to hand it over to Bill, and I hope you have a good, productive session. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you to Julie for the great introduction and getting us started on the right foot. And I also want to thank Jenna for coming down and hanging out with us and participating. We're really glad to have her on board and get her oriented to this area, working with career schools. And I also want to thank all you guys who came from long distances. I touched base with a few different people, and I know there was some traveling that went on, so we're really appreciative to have you here, as well as the people online or listening through the phone. Thank you much for your participation in this. So I'm going to lead this a little bit informally. We want to have this kind of be a discussion. It's kind of it's a meeting for you guys to give input on some things we're thinking about. The measures and other things like that we're going to be proposing aren't final. It's the opportunity for us to present what we've been thinking about, what we're planning on, what makes sense to us, and get your feedback on those things. So I very much want it to be a discussion type thing. So we'll have that microphone, and anytime you want to make a comment, feel free to join in. Let's Go ahead, or let's see. Couple of, yeah, I know Gabriella is very concerned about the remote phone issue. So if we get some feedback on the phone, right now we're going to leave it unmuted, but so that people can make a comment as they did when they introduced themselves. But if there becomes feedback or anything like that, as Julie mentioned, please don't put us on hold. We'll get your hold music on the line, and so then we'll have to mute people if we have to do that. The substitute for that, if we mute people or if you're not able to make a comment or for whatever reason that's not working, you can always email Gabriella Borkeman at thecb.state.tx.us, which is on the screen. So if any of you have that. Everybody who's attending remotely should have copies of all these documents. We emailed them out this morning. If you don't, then I will spell out Gabriella's email address once so that people can email her and say, I don't have the documents, and we'll get them to you. It's GABRIELA.BORCOMAN at thecb.state, spelled out, .tx.us. And so any issues that you have, any questions that you want to ask or anything like that that's going on, if you're attending remotely and having an issue, please email her and we'll take care of it. Sue Sutton, who I think left, you may have seen her when she was initially here. Julie asked her a question. She was sitting over there. She was the one that helped coordinate lunches. So if you have a lunch issue or you ordered lunch and you need to pay, then you can contact Sue. I don't know. How many people ordered a lunch? There was a lunch ordering option. Okay, so they should be delivered. Was it a direct pay this time? Did you pay in advance? Okay, so that may already be taken care of. We used to have Sue coordinating payment, but we tried to switch that to make it easier for everyone. So it looks like that happened. Well, this thing's a little sensitive, so I'll make sure that I go slowly. So we'll go over the agenda for today so everybody knows what's going to happen, and we'll try to stick to this as best we can. Let's see where we're at, 10:21, and we're getting started, so we're sort of on. I'll speed up on the on some of the stuff to make sure we stay on track. I know that people have places to be. We promised to be done at 3, so we want to keep to that. Otherwise, we'll just sort of be informal with these time frames and make sure that we cover what we need to cover. But I've generally set out some time frames that I think that is what it'll take for us to cover certain topics. So we're going to go through a 60 by 30 brief review, 60 by 30 text brief review. So that's our new strategic plan. And I'll get into that when we go there. But we're going to do a brief review, maybe a half hour. We have a presentation prepared. We'll switch to that and we'll go through some of those issues. We want to make sure that anybody who's not familiar with the plan or the details of the plan, or if you have some questions, that that's clear, because that's going to lay the framework for how the new accountability system is going to look, how it's going to be organized, and the measures that are going to be underneath it. And then we'll give you a little bit of information about how that new interface is going to look. And we'll launch into a discussion about key measures that we're proposing be included for the 2-year career institutions. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with the fact that, you know, current accountability already has an area for 2-year career institutions. There are measures underneath there. There are key and contextual measures underneath there. And those will be changing, getting modified, stuff like that. And we'll be talking about which ones we think are still key, which ones will be contextual, and getting your feedback on that. So we'll take a break for lunch in the middle there, and we'll cover also in the afternoon, as if you got our informational letter about what was going to be covered at the meeting today. We're also going to talk about some data reporting issues that you all need to be aware of. And so we'll cover that in the afternoon. We'll summarize and take some next steps out, or set out some next steps for after what happens at this meeting, and then we'll close and adjourn. Do you have something you want to add? Well, okay.
Other reports that we do for you, because we can do it at the end of the meeting, walk you through what we have on the web related to your institutions.
Yeah, that's a great point. If you aren't familiar with accountability or online resumes, you know, you can have an opportunity. Gabriella or someone can walk you through what we currently have out there, which has been in place for about, I think, a little over 10 years now. So hopefully people are familiar with that. But if not, or if you're new to your institution or just haven't seen it for whatever reason, we can do that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started. I'm a little bit warm, so I'm going to remove this coat here and free myself to breathe. And we'll move. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to ask Gabriella to switch presentations. If you can put on the screen, take this one down, and click on the one that is the stump speech. All right, great. So I really, unfortunately, can't see around the pine. That's right, that's the pine. That's perfect. No, I wasn't commenting on that. I was trying to make eye contact with, yeah. I mean, you're free to move. If you like seeing the screen, I figured you did it because you wanted to see the screen over there. Yeah, so we'll just work with it. But if you have any questions, don't feel left out over there. I don't want you to think because I can't see you that I'm not feeling around that post over there and making sure you're part of the group. Okay, so how many people, and the reason is because I'm going to ask questions and I wanted to see the responses. How many people are familiar with our new strategic plan that was adopted last July? Okay, let me do it the other way. How many are not? Okay, all right. That's funny, the way people sat out. The knots are over there. Okay, so last summer, so I'll do just a really quick, our previous strategic plan, Closing the Gaps, had a time frame of 2000 to 2015, right? And that's what the current accountability is geared towards. And as Julie mentioned, accountability is more than just tracking the plan, but that's kind of lays the framework for what it looks like. Well, when 2015 started coming to, getting close and coming to the end, a new plan was developed. And the new plan was adopted right when I came on board. So I personally wasn't part of all that went into adopting the new plan, but it got adopted right when I got here. And so I got here right at the time that we're launching this new plan and getting things started. And so a lot of work went into thinking about what are we going to do the next 15 years, right? And what's our focus going to be? And Julie mentioned some of the things that had happened under Closing the Gaps with participation goals that we had that we came very close to meeting and success goals that we had that we exceeded fairly substantially, and there were some other goals around excellence and research, and some other things came up over the years that were found to be important as well. So with the ending of that plan, the board adopted a new plan, and its name is 60 by 30 Techs. So it's very straightforward as far as the name goes. It's kind of nice that your main goal is right in your name, right? So as you can see on the screen here, by 2030, so in the next 15-year period, at least 60% of Texans aged 25 to 34 will have a certificate or degree. That's the overarching goal of the plan. Everything underneath it supports this overarching goal, and we're going to go through what some of those things are. Okay, so let's see if this works. Okay. So let me just give you some of the basic information. Some notes that I have about these issues to kind of make sure that I cover things that I think are important that you want to know that I may not have on the top of my head. So one of the big important parts of the plan is that we're working towards building or establishing a globally competitive workforce in Texas by 2030. That's part of that's why we're measuring the attainment of people, is to help build a globally competitive workforce over the next 15 years. And we'll see why and where we stand in relation to other places as we go through this presentation. So the plan was developed over 18 months by a committee that included business and education leaders from across all of Texas. The committee received expert testimony from individuals across the state, around the U.S., and even around the world, and sought input from more than 5,000 stakeholders across those various groups that I just mentioned. The input and feedback helped to refine the plan, and the plan was adopted in July of 2015. And as we've said a couple of times, it builds on the successes of closing the gaps, right? So it takes all that work that was done and starts to extend it. Closing the gaps had a big participation goal. It had completion goals. Now in 60 by 30, we're really focusing on completion goals and making sure that we've got people completing, not just enrolling, as well as looking at how people are doing in terms of attainment across the state and creating this globally competitive workforce that I've talked about, as well as like how people are doing when they graduate. Are they getting jobs, or are they re-enrolling in school? What's happening there? And we also are looking at student debt and seeing how that goes. I'm sure everybody's been hearing in the news, there's been a lot of talk of student debt. I've seen it. I happen to be, I was given a gift of Consumer Reports magazine by a family member, and they actually send me the magazine. And that's not something I would have done myself anymore. But anyway, I got it as a gift, and so it comes. A couple of months ago, did anybody see the cover of Consumer Reports? I think it was maybe 2, possibly 3 months ago. It was bright red. The whole thing was bright red. And it didn't have any pictures or anything on it. It had a statement by some student, or by a student, that said, I went to college and it ruined my life. And and then you get into the, that was the eye-catching part on the screen or on the cover, and then when you went in to read it, you heard the story about the student who got herself into a lot of debt, and that's what she was referring to. So it's been a hot topic issue. It was noted by the committee, and it's included in the plan, and so we're going to look at that. So as illustrated on these 2 charts, Texas has a very diverse workforce. And the question is, by 2030, will Texas have a diverse and educated workforce? And this plan is intended to make sure the answer to that question is a resounding yes. So 60 by 30 Tex is founded on the critical need that Texas produces an educated workforce that is able to adapt to change and compete at the highest levels, both internationally and nationally. The world's most competitive workforces have younger populations with more education compared to the US and compared to Texas. So 60 by 30 Tex emphasizes all forms of post-high school education, from undergraduate certificates to associates and bachelor's degrees to graduates and professional education. The plan also highlights the overarching goal that 60% of 25 to 34-year-olds will have a post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. Success of achieving the goals of the plan is going to rest heavily on collaboration amongst higher ed, K through 12, and the workforce. It's going to be all 3 areas. Everyone's going to have to work together to make this happen. But at the same time, 60 by 30 Tex provides latitude for 2- and 4-year institutions and encourages local creativity in pursuing the plan's goals, and institutions continue to pursue their own unique mission. So it was very clearly understood by the committee when they were adopting this that they were going to leave room. They were going to set large, high-level goals for the state to complete, but they weren't going to lay out all the details that every particular institution had to accomplish, and they were also trying not to infringe on the idea that institutions have their own missions that they're trying to accomplish. So they wanted all of that to fit together. And so they made this a very open-ended kind of area for creativity for your institutions to be able to do that, while still driving at the high state level these goals that we want to accomplish in the next 15 years. And I'll keep coming back to it till it sounds like a little bit of a broken record, to establish that globally competitive workforce in Texas by 2030. Anybody have any questions so far or anything like that? Everything making good sense? Okay, then we'll just keep going on. So now we'll dive into the first goal just a little bit. I said it before, I won't repeat it again, but shooting for 60% for this age group by 2030 is a big percentage to shoot for, because right now only about, and this is as of publishing of this plan, I'll update this number, right now only about 38%. So rather than 60, only about 38% of 25 to 34-year-olds have a certificate or degree. Now that was when this plan was published. That's been up to 40.3% in our latest round of data, and we're about to we're about to update that number again in a month, so we'll see where it stands. But as you can tell, that's a substantial increase, and we've got 15 years to do it. So that's a big challenge, and everybody, as I mentioned before, is going to have to work together to make that happen. The best educated societies in the world already have 60% or close to it in this age group. We need to move that level of attainment up dramatically for young Texans. As mentioned, this goal is focused on the fraction of the Texas population actually holding a degree or undergraduate certificate. Those degrees and certificates could have been earned anywhere in the world at public, private, or for-profit institutions. Achieving the 60 by 30 goal is critical for Texas to remain globally competitive and for its people and communities to prosper. So, just for clarity in how we refer to this, the plan is called the 60 by 30 Tex Plan. This particular goal, which is what we refer to as the overarching goal, is called the 60 by 30 goal. I personally often refer to it as the attainment goal because it's about attainment, but in the plan it's named the 60 by 30 goal, so don't get confused by that. The plan also lays out strategies for how to achieve this goal. So they didn't want to say, here's a goal, and we're not going to provide any guidance on how you might accomplish it. They put together a list of strategies, and you can see them on the screen. They include, I don't need to go through them. I'm sure you guys all are familiar with these ideas: promoting attainment, developing further, and this is being worked on, college and career readiness standards. Encouraging stop-outs to return is a big one that we're working on here at the coordinating board. Making sure that people, who have some level of college education already, who have perhaps been on their way to earning a degree, gotten a certain amount of credits under their belt, that they consider returning and completing that degree. That's one way that there could be a lot of people out there in that position, and if we can get them to come back and return, and they're making efforts, including the Texas Affordable Baccalaureate Program. Are people familiar with that program, sometimes referred to as TAB? It's a program that the state has set up to make, I don't have all the details, you can Google it and look it up, but it's like a CBE program that's $10,000 degree that you can get an undergraduate degree, a baccalaureate, and there are a couple of schools in Texas that are offering it, and they do it on a CBE, a mixed CBE and in-class type of offering, and students can sign up and go at their own pace and achieve their degree. So that was to address an affordability issue, hence the name. So then we move into, okay, so we've looked at overall attainment. Now we're going to move into one of the contributors to overall attainment, which is completions. And this goal, just as you can see on the screen, states that by 2030, at least 550 students in that year will complete a certificate, associate, bachelor's, or master's from an institution of higher education in Texas. So the previous goal, attainment, is statewide, right? That's not something that we're measuring by individual institution or anything like that. That's a statewide goal. This goal is also a statewide number, but this is something that your data and what's going on at your school will very much be tracked and provided into the results of the plan. Like, you have a big influence in this part of what's going on. So it's completions, right? And so if reached, Texas will award a total of 6.4 million certificates or degrees during the 15 years of this plan, right? So that's huge, right? And one of the things to note is what the goal covers in terms of levels. So it's certificates, associates, bachelor's, and master's. It doesn't include doctoral degrees for this particular goal. It says, data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics makes clear that students don't get much of an economic lift from college attendance unless they complete a degree or undergraduate certificate. We can do better than we're doing now. We need to continue the Closing the Gaps records of generating impressive growth in degree and undergraduate certificate production. I think that speaks for itself. This goal also includes certain targets underneath it. Let me see if the next slide includes the mention of the targets. No, we go into strategies. Okay, so if you look, one thing I should say is if you are unfamiliar with the plan or haven't seen it before, you can get a copy of it and read it. If you just go to the Higher Ed Coordinating Board website, our main site, Google it, it's like thecb.state.tx.us. If you just go to that main site right on the front, you'll see a big sign. No, it's okay. I think we can go. But you'll see a big sign, or a big PDF or a little picture image that says 60 by 30 text. And if you click on that, the plan will open up and you can print it down in a PDF. And if you have a color printer, you can print it out real nice and you can read it. It's a lot of pages. We're just hitting the highlights now. But you can go in there and read all about the background information and everything that I'm covering now, plus more, to find out more information about it. But one of the things that this completion goal has is some targets underneath for specific populations. So it has targets for African Americans, it has targets for Hispanics, it has targets for males, and it has targets for the economically disadvantaged that all feed into this overall goal. And you can see specifically what those targets are and what the breakdown is. And the plan also lays out benchmarks over time. So this goal is for 2030, but we also have benchmarks for 2020, 2025, and 2030, and you can see what those are. And those are specifically laid out. And there's also a target under this goal that relates to increasing the number of high school graduates that enroll in higher ed and making sure that that pipeline's happening so that we can generate more completions. So all of that fits together like a little puzzle. And if you want to see the details on that or the specific numbers, you can take a copy of the plan and look those up. But again, once again, I'm not going to go over these in high detail, but the plan also includes strategies that institutions can take. And I know that there are groups being put together to facilitate strategies and thinking. And I don't know how many of you might be aware, but our commissioner did a regional tour around Texas. I think John said that he might have participated in one of those. And there were meetings around Texas where the commissioner came and talked about the plan. And I don't know if you want to make a comment, John, or anything like that, but I think it was useful for people understanding sort of how the regional discussions and emphasis fit into the larger statewide, what was going on, and how the different regions within Texas are very different and require different planning and other stuff like that, have a different emphasis. We just recently, I should say we are in the process of putting out our new regional plan for the state, right, which focuses on each of the 10 regions that we have in higher ed. And that plan, I think it should probably hit the web, I'm saying next month, maybe early October or November. It needs to get approved by the board, but we've finished drafting it. As a matter of fact, the final copy is being routed right now. And you can read about the regional analysis that we've done and strategies in the regional area that all fit together with the plan. And that focus of that plan is a little broader. It's a little bit more about higher ed, but it definitely incorporates the plan and what's going on with the plan. And it looks at things from a regional perspective, and you can focus in on that. Questions? Anything? Okay, then I'll keep moving along. Let me check our time frame here to see how we're doing. Okay, so I'm going to speed this up a little bit. We've gotten through 2 of the goals. We've got 2 more to go. And this one I think might be of high interest to this particular group. The 3rd goal is about marketable skills. And it's it states that by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will have completed programs with identified marketable skills. Marketable skills are those valued by employers that can be applied in a variety of work settings, including interpersonal, cognitive, and applied skills. These skills can be either primary or complementary to a major and are acquired by students through education, including curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activities, right? So, we are tracking for sure what is happening in the public institutions. Participation in this goal by non-public institutions is optional, but if you choose that you want to participate, we will be determining a way to collect data for this thing. It hasn't been fully fleshed out yet, but we will have that fleshed out, and it will be opt-in for non-public institutions that they can provide this information as well, and we'll show it in the accountability system, and people will be able to see. And I think one of the strengths or high points of 2-year career institutions is that they equip people with marketable skills. So this might be something of interest to you guys, and we can talk about that more later as we get into exactly what measures we are going to put in this area for your sector. So here's a stat about, 88% of surveyed college freshmen identified getting a better job as the most important reason for attending college. So that kind of really hits home on, how the importance of marketable skills in the overall higher education realm, and why students are believing that they are choosing to enter higher education and what they want from it. Once again, some strategies that the committee identified to help in this area: integrate marketable skills into curricula so students can demonstrate and communicate those skills to future employers. That's one of the big deals, was the idea that students often come out of school unable or not as strongly equipped as we'd like to be able to discuss the skills that they have, or they might not even think about the skills that they've been taught, or they may shy away from certain majors and things like that, thinking that they're not valuable because they don't have skills that are marketable in the workforce, so they don't know how to market themselves. There was discussion and consideration of the idea that students, you can have a lot of marketable skills even if you graduate with an English degree or something like that. Like, there are a whole lot of skills in there that you are equipped with when you get through that. And if institutions identify those skills as part of the program and communicate to the students and their families and the workforce and everybody of the skills that come out of these programs, then there can be a shift in the perception of what that degree holds for them in terms of getting a job after they graduate, and that there might not be, we don't necessarily want a rush to everything to go to STEM or something like that. We want people to be able to pursue, and we want a well-rounded, well-balanced people to be able to pursue what they want, but they also need to know how they're going to market themselves afterwards, and this is a step in that direction to make sure that they don't feel like they're shooting themselves in the foot by pursuing something like literature or whatever it might be. Okay, so let's jump into the last one about student debt. So this one states by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wages for graduates of Texas public institutions, right? So we have an opportunity to balance student debt and improve how higher education is financed to reduce financial barriers that students and families encounter when pursuing any level of higher education. Texas could experience greater shortages in critical fields if student loan debt spikes to the point at which a majority of students choose programs based entirely on potential income. We think the best way to focus on financial issues is to set the statewide goal of maintaining debt load as measured by student earning power at graduation, and that's what this measure seeks to do. Success will require collaboration among elected officials and higher education leaders, and will probably require imaginative reinventioning of paths to completion, including methods for teaching and learning. At the state level, a statewide advisory group could determine ways to better advise students and parents on financial aid options and the impact of those options on student finances before, during, and after their college careers. So this debt is a maintenance goal, meaning what that means is that currently, data over the last few years gathered here at the gathered and analyzing at the coordinating board, and this covers public institutions, so that's the information that we have, has shown that we're at about a 60% level right now, and have been for a few years. So what we're asking, or what we're promoting in this plan, is that people maintain that level. Don't let it get out of hand from where we are now. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear. Now, I know we don't get debt information from your schools, so we don't include that in these measures, and you'll see that when we get to the proposed measures under this particular goal. But it includes public institutions, and we're tracking that, and this is an important part of the plan overall. Strategies, so there are targets. I should have mentioned this before real quickly. There are targets under each, other than the first goal, which is that overarching goal on attainment. That's a standalone one. Under the completion goal, under the marketable skills goal, and under the debt goal, there are targets that relate to the goal that are also set forth in the plan. One of the targets under student debt is to decrease the excess semester credit hours that students attempt in pursuing and getting their degree. We want to try and crank that down because we found students were attempting a lot more hours than they needed, and we wanted to get that focus so that helps reduce their debt. Another way is to fully fund grants for eligible students. That might be at a higher level than institutions. Support alternate degree pathways to completion. These are all ideas of how these strategies could be achieved, and state groups and regional groups and other stuff like that are being supported and formed to discuss these issues and try and work on strategies, how to implement strategies to maintain these. Here we have a statement or a quote from Bill Hammond, Texas Association of Business. Higher Ed Coordinating Board has hit a home run with 60 by 30 text plan. No other education plan will impact businesses in a more positive way than this one will. So we appreciated his input and found that quote to be, very supportive and powerful. So we went ahead and put it in the presentation, just giving you an idea that, reinforcing what I said at the beginning, that a lot of people, business included, were involved in discussing the plan and adopting the measures and the strategies and everything, looking at the information that was used upon which the plan was based. And Bill gave us this quote, which was really nice. Some workforce need projections. So now we've gotten through the 4 goals. We're just going to kind of take a look at some of the workforce needs that we have coming up. Because as I mentioned a couple of times, the plan is about creating a globally competitive workforce in Texas by 2030. So I'll just flip through these. You can see, there's kind of an interesting statement there. In 73, 28% of all U.S. jobs required post-secondary education skills. So back in the day, it was 28%. The projections are for 2020 that 65% of all new jobs will require this level of education. So that's a dramatic increase over time. And then we already talked about currently 35 have an associate's degree or higher. It's 38 when you throw in certificates, and it's 40.3 when you do certificates or associates and higher in our most current data. This slide shows that having higher education pays off in terms of lifetime earnings. So you can just kind of quickly see that. I don't need to really go through that too much. I think we all understand that. And we'll end with a quote from our governor. The strength of Texas's economy is our workforce, and a skilled and educated workforce gives Texas a competitive advantage. Texas will be better because of our new focus on 60 by 30 techs, and our brightest years are yet to come. So when this got launched, it was there was a lot of excitement behind it. A lot of people are working. We've had great response from the field, and people are figuring out ways to help contribute to achieving these goals, figuring out new and creative strategies, taking on these big, huge asks that are part of this plan, and figuring out how to get it done. And in 1 year of data that we have so far since this was announced, or since the 1 year of additional data we have since the data that the plan was based on, is already showing improvement that we want to see in virtually every area except for the high school grads enrolling in higher ed. That went down a little bit. All the other ones are improving, and I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the efforts that were in place under 60 by 30 under closing the gaps, but it's also shifting, and now 60 by 30 techs is becoming the primary driver. So I hope that gives you a good sort of overview. I tried to make it quick by hitting the salient points. I wanted to make sure you guys understood, how it affects you. And if you have any questions, now's the time to ask. But we're going to build on this in terms of talking about how the new accountability is going to be structured and what kind of measures are going to be included and what we're going to track and how we're going to change things around a little bit going forward. So any questions about that so far? Go ahead, Steve, what do you got?
Yeah, back to the slide about student debt, where I think it's interesting. There's a quote that says, Texas could experience greater shortages in important fields if student loan debt spikes to the point at which majority of students choose programs based entirely on potential income. Mm-hmm. So that's a very interesting idea. I guess I wanted to go back to that and say, is there some evidence that, well, let me just turn what the plan's objective is. As I understand it, what the plan is trying to say is we don't want to just focus student learning entirely on STEM fields or high wage fields only, because that lacks diversity in the broad base of learning. But there is a risk of that based on the way debt is going. Is that a correct rephrasing of that, or is that not entirely what's going on here?
No, I think that gets to the heart of the issue. I wasn't here when they were doing the data for adopting the plan, but I know that there was research done, Gabriella might even have been part of it, where they were looking at what was happening, and you're exactly right. They don't want, if student debt continues to spike and students are feeling things like the quote on the front cover of Consumer Reports, and debt becomes an issue, and they start thinking, hey, regardless of either what my interests are or what my love is, or what, as you mentioned, having well-rounded students or people in the workforce that have different skills, and we're not entirely ignoring ones that appeared not to be able to generate large incomes when they come out, then yeah, you could have a shift towards everybody kind of shifting to what's perceived as going to pay the highest so I can cover my debt. And so I can get started in life, so that I can, earn something, cover my debt, have a family, buy a house, save for retirement. All those types of things could end up being issues that if student debt continues to spike, they may make choices based on those things. I think that would be natural. So I think we are trying to get to the idea that we don't necessarily want that to happen.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That compared the ratio between the debt and the first year wage. So we want that ratio to be low, definitely. So the worry was that the teachers are not the best paid people in the state, but in the same time, we really need them. So we don't want students to make those decisions based on that kind of ratio. So we calculate the ratio. As Bill said, we cannot do it for your school just because we don't have the debt component. We have the wage component, but not the debt component. So I would not be able to tell you what is that ratio in regard to your schools. But the idea was to keep that low versus at least the first year wage when students start paying back.
Teachers is probably a pretty good example, right? So, Gabriella, if you'll switch back to the other presentation, so we're a few minutes behind, but we'll catch up. We're going to now talk about the new accountability system interface. So, as Julie mentioned, we're redesigning accountability. I don't know, I know Gabriella asked, there were two people who weren't familiar with it. Those of you who are familiar with accountability, probably, if you've gone to it and looked at it, there's a couple of things that hit me when I first came here. One of them is it looks fairly antiquated, right, in terms of website standards for today. It was built a while ago, and I know it was probably cutting edge when it was put up there, and I know a lot of effort went into it. And so without saying anything about that, at this point in time, it looks like a good time to make a change and update it and bring it up to the level that we're used to seeing in websites nowadays, and making information easily accessible. One of the things that Julie mentioned, I think, and that I mentioned earlier also, is that areas kind of grew underneath over time. People wanted to see more and more information. They knew things of importance grew, and it just kept getting added to. So now is also a good time to look and sort of cull some of that, and in the attempt to make the new accountability system not only a little bit more updated, a little bit more 2016, a little bit more friendly, a little bit more easy to navigate, also to be a little bit easier to see the story being told by the data. And that usually is less is more type of approach, where right now there's lots of data presented, and you have to sort of sift through it and figure out, what am I looking for? I've had many people call me and tell me, how do I find something? How do I use this? It's data overload. I look at it and I just want to screen, or something. Maybe not that bad, but I've had a couple of calls like that. And it's kind of hard to digest. Once you learn it, once you've got it under your belt, then it becomes like a really interesting tool where I can go and get all kinds of stuff quickly. But it's that thing where people come to it, and if they're not easily able to get what's going on and use it, then they leave and they may never come back. The only ones that keep coming back are the ones that are reliant on it for some reason, and we'd rather have a larger audience than that. We'd like people to be able to come to it, see it, and immediately grasp what's going on. So, unfortunately, this is a partnership between us and our IT department, and it's being built. I don't have any pictures I can show you, other things like that. The time that we're anticipating a launch is early 2017, so roughly 6 months from now, 4 months. Let's see how many. We're in September, so I'd say like 4 to 5 months from now. It'll go live with a new year's worth of data, and it'll be kind of in sync with the idea that, okay, we adopted a new plan, here's our new accountability system, these are the measures that we're now tracking, and it'll be more attractive, easier to navigate those other things that I said. So it'll have an updated homepage. As you can see, the basic organization will be around the goals in the plan. You can see those right there in the square. You can dive into data and through any one of those, I'll call them portals if you want to, or avenues. You can dive in and see, the various measures and the reports that are available under those. We have left, you can see the dotted line on the other side, we have left open the option for other categories other than, things that don't fall under these 4 categories of the goals. For example, we currently have efficiency measures being presented. We may want to keep some of that. There may be other ones that arise that just don't naturally fall under these. So we have left open an option to be able to create another portal or set of portals where these other measures might live if they don't naturally fall under one of these goals. And we can talk about how we would use that. As it is now, it'll be basically organized by sector. So you can dive into the data. There'll also be a statewide area where you can go in and you can immediately see statewide information across whatever sectors go into those measures that are there. But you can also dive into the individual sectors that I have listed here. So there'll be public universities and public HRIs, and there'll be a public 2-year sector, and that'll be broken out into community colleges and TSTC Lamar's, and there'll be a 2-year sector, and there'll be a 4-year career school sector as well, or a 2-year career school and a 4-year whatever our current name for that grouping is. So those will be set up, and you can dive in and you can see. And what we're going to talk about today is what's going to be under that 2-year career area. When you dive into that sector and you start looking at what's underneath these portals and what reports are there and what information is accessible to you, that's what we're going to cover now. So that's basically, just a brief introduction that's going to happen, gave you the timeline and how it's going to look. I'd love to be able to show you a picture, but we're just not quite there yet. So you'll have to wait on that. It'll keep the suspense so that when we sent out the notice, you can go and look and see, how it came out. One of the things for the people who are users of this system is that in addition to, and this is currently there, in addition to what we present, there's also a self-service interactive tool that allows you to pull data that's available. It'll download it into an Excel spreadsheet, or you can see it in HTML, and you can work with it. And so instead of just seeing a report full of data, you can say, for example, completion data for 2013 or 14 or 15, and you want to have it by institution, and you want to start doing some of your own analysis on it. There's a self-service interactive tool out there that'll let you download that into an Excel spreadsheet and start working with it. We're going to preserve that capacity, and we're looking to try to enhance that and make more things available and make it easier to use as well. We'll also have, that may not be present on day one or fully present on day one. We may not load it with everything that we can load it with. But it will, there will be something there when we launch it, and there'll be some data in there that'll be available, and we'll keep adding to it over time. Additional reports are also things that we're looking into making available in that area. There are reports that don't have anything to do with, or not anything to do with, that don't naturally fall under one of these accountability headings that people have expressed interest in. Faculty salaries is one that was related or asked for in another sector, probably wouldn't be related here. But there could be other additional types of reports as we think of them that we could add in that area that people could, just download a report on something. Other things that don't naturally fall under one of the goals or headings that we currently have built in, but things that we've gotten enough interest in that relate closely enough that we can add it here, and people can just click on a link and get additional reports area. It's built in for flexibility for the future for things that we can't see today. So there's that. And then, see how we're doing on our agenda. We're going to roll in. Does anybody want to take a little break at this point or anything like that? I think we're right on time. We could do, restroom break for 5 minutes or coffee refill or anything like that. How do people feel? Good idea? 5 minutes. Let's do a 5-minute thing and come back together, because I want to turn you loose for lunch we only have 45 minutes for lunch. So I want to make sure that happens right at 12, and I want to get this discussion going and see how it's going to be. So let's take a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll start talking about what we're proposing as key measures for your sector. Okay, if you guys could start bringing it back together, we'll get started here in like a minute.
Are the independent colleges not reporting into this system? 'Cause
Yeah.
I didn't see it, yeah.
Independent colleges are not part of accountability at this time, and we're discussing whether there's any information that we can show about them going forward. Okay, so we'll go ahead and pick it up now. Now's the part where I don't have to do so much talking, and hopefully you guys can do some talking, and that might make it a little more exciting for you. So what we're going to do now, you have some handouts in front of you. Let me tell you what they are so that you can use them as needed. So you have the slideshow, of course. I think that's probably an obvious one, and that's where we are. And so you can use that. And there's comments that you can write at the bottom of each of these slides, and you can just hand us the slides back if you want to write down your comments and hand them to us, or you can tear out the sheet that has comments that you want to have in writing that either you didn't want to say or you want to memorialize or anything like that. There's a place for you to do that at the bottom of each of these things in the PowerPoint presentation copy that you have. That's why I put it on single-sided printout, even though unfortunately that made it kind of long, and I was feeling bad about using so many pieces of paper, but I wanted you to be able to have the flexibility to write comments and tear those out and give them to us if you wanted to. You also have kind of a short cheat sheet, spreadsheet looking item that I don't know if you can see, that looks like this one. And the labels didn't come out on the printout, unfortunately, and everybody that's listening remotely was emailed these. The labels didn't come out on the top of the pages, so these ones that have color codings and look like Excel tables, the very first one that you see is a summary of all the goals and targets of 60 by 30 text, just so that you can see them in one spot right up front. Here they are all listed. I made mention when I was talking, even though they weren't on the slides, about how completion had targets. Well, you can see them labeled here. The marketable skills goal had 2 targets underneath them, one of which we're going to get into talking about, working and enrolled in a second. The student debt goal has a couple of targets as well that you can see underneath there, and we'll talk about those as needed as they relate to your particular group of institutions on what we can report. I guess this is a good time to sort of quickly say, as I mentioned before, 60 by 30 attainment, that's a statewide thing where we are assessing the population. Completion, institutions have a big impact here, and data from your institutions will be used to the extent that we can and have it for determining completions and high school to graduate, or high school graduate to higher ed enrollments. The numbers 1 and 2 about identifying marketable skills and institutions getting processes in place to identify and regularly update marketable skills, those 2 are still being worked on by leadership here and people around the state on how we're going to implement that, how that's going to get accomplished, what we're going to track. So that's not yet entirely clear, but it'll be optional to your set of schools to participate and report on that if you want to, and we'll happily track that and share it in our system. The third one is something that we can do, working and enrolled within 1 year after award. That's going to be based on graduates and wage data, and we can track that, and we can track that for various sectors. So that's one that we'll talk about. The ones that are green, they relate to the student debt goal, and those are harder because, as Gabriella noted, we don't have debt information for your institutions, and we don't collect course completion and student credit hours and things like that. So those three goals, or that goal and those two targets aren't something that will end up in the accountability system for your sector, at least not at this point, unless something happens where this data becomes available, but that's not where we are right now. So that's just a rundown of the goals and targets of 60 by 30 text, so you have it as an easy reference. If you look at the second page, these are proposed measures that we are proposing at this point and open for discussion, and why we're meeting today. And these ones are what we consider key. And so, they're the top shelf, the highlighted ones, the ones that have been traditional over time, the ones that people really want to see, the ones that we get the highest number of requests for, however many different ways I can say key. And you can see just by running down them that all of the ones that we can track in association with the plan are here. And then there are some additional ones that we've added that we find key in terms of just presenting the picture or the story of what's going on in a particular sector or in institutions. And it's also very helpful, some of these, for comparison across other groups and sectors. And one of the primary goals of accountability, Julie may have mentioned this when she was talking, is comparison purposes. People come to the site to see, okay, how's my institution doing versus other institutions, or how's my sector doing versus other sectors, or how's my system doing against other systems, or how are we doing statewide? These are all questions that not only come from institutions, but policymakers come with these questions as well, and they love to do comparison. So some of these will help do comparisons across different sectors and things like that. So right off the top, if you just breeze down to the number 3 under the red ones, which is completion, we have fall headcount enrollment, and I want to talk about that one a little bit when we get to that point. But we also have graduation rates. Both of those are things that are existing measures now in the area that's dedicated to your institutions, so that would be continued on. Tuition and fees is one that as I mentioned, the other ones that are in the plan related to student debt, we don't have the data to track in your area, but an existing one that we have been doing that people are finding very important is related to student debt is tuition and fees. And so we're proposing that we continue doing that the same way that we have been. And we can talk more about that when we get to that spot. So this page is about the ones that we're proposing as key and that are going to be maintained and presented in the system when we get to that. But again, these are proposals, and we're here to talk about them. So, and then the last page is what we put in the area of contextual. And if you're familiar with the current website, contextual, there's a key and contextual component. And contextual grew up as additional measures that people wanted to have set context for what was being reported in the key area. Right? So they provide context for understanding the overall picture of what might be going on, or say if one sector is very different from another, or people want to emphasize certain things like my schools don't work that way, or our sector doesn't work that way. We need to provide some context on this information. That's how these kind of grew up. And so we've included in these contextual ones that pretty much everything on this list is things that are already being reported. So you can just see them here. I put them on one page. There isn't anything related to the student debt goal. We are proposing continuing on with the ones that are in the completion. We'll talk about percent graduating of total. That shouldn't say FTE anymore. I'll cross that out because we don't collect hourly or credit hours on you guys. But I'll talk about that when we get to it. And licensure rate. So we're already collecting that, and that helps in understanding that marketable skills, and we were going to place it under there as providing some context for this idea of working and enrolled, and how are people doing after they graduate, and what's happening with that. Something that we already do, we're proposing continuing it. And student-faculty ratio as well. So that's what this little thing is intended to provide you, a cheat sheet. So now let's get back. Now you understand what that one is. I also gave you a printout of if you look at this one that has a lot of words all over it. That is the measures and the definition of the key and contextual measures. So if we need to refer to definitions of what certain things are, we can do them here. If you want the full list of things that we are currently reporting in our system on your institution, they are listed here. They're right in order and numbered, and you can see, if you look at the back page, you can see there are 21. So there's 21, and we've culled that down somewhat, but because we're adding some that are related to the new goals, it's not a just pure cull. It is some added and some culled. But we're trying to keep it to the point of making it easy for people to understand and get a picture of what's going on quickly and easily, and not be, bombarded or overwhelmed with data. So now, I think I've explained all the handouts. If there's any one that I missed, you guys can let me know. But now you know what the handouts that you are working with, so let's get into some discussion. The first one is easy. I don't know if you guys want to talk about it, but we're going to present the statewide attainment goal. And we're going to calculate that each year. It's going to be based on the population. There's an American Community Survey that we use to help ascertain what percentage of these 25 to 34-year-olds do in fact have certificates and associates and bachelor's and master's degrees and doctoral degrees and all that, and we're going to present that. And it's not going to be by institution. It's going to be a statewide thing. We are looking at whether we can do this regionally or not. There are some data challenges with that, so we may or may not do that. But that will be something that will be in the accountability system and pertain to everyone, because everyone contributes in one way or another to this, even though you can't obviously be directly responsible for this goal. So does that make sense? Anybody have any comments about this particular one? Anybody on the phone still? All right, just checking to see if anyone was out there. So we can flip that and we can go to the next one. Okay, so here is one. This is the completion goal and what we're proposing as being key under completion. And we want to track completions the same way, well, not exactly the same way. We want to track completions just like we've been tracking completions already for many years. So we get completion data on your institutions, and we use it to track completions, and we add it to our state level, and we have it for, I think it's called degrees and awards currently. And we break it out by various things, currently ethnicity and other things like that. And we're proposing that we just basically track the plan on this one. We're going to track completions for each of the levels that are included that we mentioned already. We're going to track it for Hispanics and African Americans and males and the economically disadvantaged. You can see on your spreadsheet that I gave you that is the cheat sheet spreadsheet that these are the breakouts. So I've just listed the breakouts here, and we have various targets for 2020, 2025, and 2030. And so we're going to kind of want to see how we're progressing, where we're at, and tracking this over time. So that'll be a key measure that'll be under the two-year career sector, and they'll have you saw that portal to get into completion data, and when people go there, they'll see, okay, right up front, how are we doing in completion? And then they'll also see the other target that's in the plan of % of high school graduates enrolled in higher ed. So they'll be able to see that number, but that's not an institution number either. That's where we take the K through 12 graduates and we see if they're enrolled in higher ed. So that's a statewide number. It's not something that we're talking about trying to figure out at your particular institution, where did everybody end up or something like that. That's not something that we're talking about reporting at the institutional level. Fall headcount enrollment, we've been doing that. We'll continue to do that as a sort of a staple of higher ed reporting, as what's the annual or what's the fall headcount each year. I did want to ask a question of how people felt about fall headcount and how that fits with your type of institution, and whether or not that's a meaningful statistic, whether something like an annual unduplicated number would be a better representation of enrollment at your school. How you guys felt about that. Anybody want to make a comment?
Public institutions, at least my experience, I've experienced in both areas, and that seems to fit that pretty well.
Yeah.
We're on a quarter system, and so I don't know if that's the best measure for you all. I don't know if that's the most helpful. So it's probably something to investigate to see. And I don't think I'm unique in the area of the career schools. So just a suggestion that might be an area that you'd all like to explore, or have our help in doing so, and maybe and perhaps you have.
Well, I've had some comments about it, and you are free to make your comment right now about your particular opinion. You don't have to keep it. I think you kind of expressed it. I got the idea, but you're free to say, I don't think that fall headcount is a particularly good measure. I would rather see annual unduplicated. It would tell a better story, or it would tell a more accurate story of what happens at our institution. That's freely, this is the moment that you can do that. I'm basically kind of taking that from what you've said. We've done fall headcount, we've done annual unduplicated, and that's in the system right now. So fall headcount is something that's going to kind of stick around as a comparison thing. It may not be the most accurate, but we may include annual unduplicated so that it can provide context, or it can provide the better picture, or you can always put, in the system, institutions can add comments to the measures, right? So when a measure is displayed, institutions have the ability to go in and add a comment to what that measure is and provide explanation behind just a number that might be displaying in a table. So that can always be explained if that option's been there. That option will continue to be there. So that could be added too. But I'm leaning towards some way of pulling that annual unduplicated headcount back in, because of exactly what we just said. So if anybody else has another comment, I think Gabriella has a...
In the end.
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me say that so the people on the phone hear it.
And I think also Tanya had a question.
Well, actually, I did, but you already addressed it, because
Okay.
we're talking about iPads, and I was like, yeah.
Okay. All right, let me just say something, and then so that the people on the line can hear, and then I'll let you guys loose to make your comments. So yeah, Gabriella was hitting on the difference that Jason also hit on, which was, when we collect data for fall headcount from four-year institutions, there's a census date, and we follow that, and they report it to us, and we do it a little bit differently. And when we're doing it for your institutions, there's an IPEDS definition that applies, and we use that IPEDS definition, which off the top of my head, I think is if they were present in September and October, and they use those 2 months. And so we follow that, and we use that, and they're not, totally apples to apples, but that's what we've got to work with, and so that's kind of what we do, and I think most people understand that, and that's provided. So comments on that topic are still fair game. I am interested in also the one that she mentioned about how you guys feel about high school graduates enrolling directly in your school. Like, does that happen, or do you mostly find that they've been somewhere else before they come to your schools? Yeah.
Okay, so 2 comments. First about on the fall headcount, yes, I think a annual unduplicated is more. I think I looked on one of the websites where we report, and my school had under fall headcount something like 1,500 or 1,600 students, which is wildly not what we ever had. So, okay. An average annual unduplicated or something like that would be a much more reflective picture of how many actual people are attending that school.
Right.
In terms of high school, there are definitely, in my school, we've always had some high school students, but it is absolutely the minority. The vast majority of people have left high school for a while and come back later, which the fall headcount idea kind of presupposes that someone graduates from high school, takes the summer off, and then starts school in the fall.
Right.
And that is typically not the case of vocational education.
Okay. Perfect, thanks for that. And by the way, I've got Chelsea here on our staff is voraciously taking notes on the comments that everybody's making, because we're going to take these comments and we're going to talk about them with leadership, and we're going to include your guys' feedback on these things and adjust as needed and go forth from there.
With our schools, we do see pockets of programs in which we have a lot of high school seniors come straight from high school, and it aligns really well when we start the program, when we start that class. But like Steve said, majority of our students are probably 23, 24. They started community college somewhere, started something somewhere, but we are seeing a higher number of 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds coming to our school who they finish high school in December and they want to start in January. So we're working with that with our, of course, legal and insurance because they're minors and all that fun stuff. So it's just working through that, but we are seeing a spike of students coming straight from a vocational high school straight over to our schools.
And when you said pockets of do you know which programs were more prevalent for that versus
Sure, our
other?
cosmetology programs, our nursing program, also to, not to segregate as one group, but we see a lot with HVAC.
Ah,
yeah.
Nice. All right, thanks for that. Anyone else? Jason? Or John, sorry.
I would echo her comments about seeing a higher spike in certain programs with high school students, particularly those who are in a high school program that gives some type of certification prior to graduation. So the student already has a track in mind. They can matriculate with this institution that's going to take that credit. You know, the HVAC program is a prime example of that, where they get their certification or a portion of it. They can come in with up to 25% of the degree already completed or the certificate.
I would echo her comments about seeing a higher spike in certain programs with high school students.
Okay, who was that on the telephone who was just...
That was me.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. I thought he was just so in agreement with you and so excited to say it that it just came blaring through. That was funny. Okay.
Well, yeah, so like for the HVAC program, there's their NCCER certification. So that curriculum is standardized nationally. So when they come in and they have that portion already created, we know those skills are transferable and they can come in with at least, for us, almost 25% completed while they were in high school. So it's a very clear track. They know what they're going to do, and they have that path. So I think that's part of the completion discussion is, you know, so many students, you know, I think of my 18-year-old who never was really, you know, it was one of two choices. You're going to a four-year university, or if you can't figure that out, you're going to go to a junior college route, which there's nothing wrong with that, but there may be students who are kind of in that on that path, but not clear of where they're going with that path, and so they haven't done any type of assessment of interest or career interest, so they kind of jump into the deep end of the pool of, I'm at the university, but I don't have any idea of what I'm really doing there, and there's frustration. So I think as we get students, even in that junior and senior year, with some idea of what their interests may lie, their completion percentage is much higher because they have a real goal in mind once they leave school. I think that's a challenge. Yeah, certification. Yeah, you know, more vocational type, you know, programs at the high school level that give them a pathway. You know, when they leave high school, if they're not going to go to a traditional four-year university or along that path, they know what the other option is. And I think for a lot of students who don't want to go to a four-year university or have tried it and aren't successful, they end up spinning their wheels a lot because they just don't have a pathway. And so the more we can give them some options when they're in high school to figure out where their real interest lies, whether that be, you know, in vocational education or, you know, more traditional education, that completion rate's going to be higher. They're just not following the path because all my friends are doing this, so I'm following that path, and then I kind of, you know, don't really go anywhere with it.
Gotcha. We'll have to think about what kind of channel we have for communicating good comments over to, I don't know if you're familiar with TEA, but and the way that they work over there on handling how they structure high school, and how I know that, and you may know already, that they've done a lot of work in creating these what's the name of the?
Endorsements.
Yes, endorsements and other things like that they're looking at these things. I don't know if they've gotten it right or not. That's not for me to say, but some of that comes up, and so that's a good comment.
Good morning. This is Marion Jewell with the Baptist School of Health Professions.
Hi, Marion. How are you?
I am great. Just a comment in that with all of us in the private school, career college arena, we cover such a diversity of programs, everything from HVAC to baccalaureate degrees in various areas. I think one of the things to note is that some schools will obviously have first-time students coming from high school. For us, we have no first-time students. We are very strictly a transfer college. So I think there is a really big, wide gap from one end of our spectrum to the other. And I just wanted to make that comment.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
I can answer her question.
Sure.
We don't do it for you. This is for public institutions, and the two-year community colleges are reporting to us who is economically disadvantaged. And also, we are considering the Pell recipients, which we don't know for you. But this applies, so the career schools are not included in that particular breakout.
So let me just confirm. Do we not get percent of students receiving Pell Grants from iPads for you guys?
Right, but we cannot do completion by credential by economic disadvantage because we don't know who they are. So we know the percentage on Pell from, see, if you look in right now in accountability, you'll see the percentage of students on Pell. That we get from iPads. Whatever you report there, but we don't know individual student who they are.
Yeah, we don't have student data that we can match to graduations. So
that are two different things.
Yeah, so we may be limited into what we can track for the economically disadvantaged breakout for you under completion. We'll look into it, but it sounds like we don't actually have enough data to do that. So if we don't, we won't report it. Did that answer your question? Okay.
But we have everything else there.
Okay. Graduation rates was another one that I wanted to discuss a little bit and get some feedback on. I don't know how many people are familiar with this or not, but how many of you guys report grad rates to iPads following their type of definition? Okay, so yeah, probably everybody, right? So we also have done a calculation that's similar to grad rates that's called completion rate. And that's where we do a grad rate calculation based on our data. And we have to sort of build a cohort for each school and then track them for a certain amount of time and see how those numbers come out. And in the four-year arena, the four-year career type out-of-state public or out-of-state institutions that do things here that report to us, basically your cohorts in the four-year world, requested that both be shown, that not just what we calculate, but that also the iPads numbers be shown. And I'm thinking about our data is not necessarily always perfect for generating this information ourselves and figuring out who's first time in college for your institution. We just had a discussion of the fact that a lot of times people are transfers from a lot of places. And so I was going to propose maybe just consolidating and reporting what you guys report to iPads as the grad rate and pulling that in here and reporting it under ours and discontinuing our attempt to calculate what we call completion rates, which I think I just defined. And I wanted to get some feedback on that. We have we have some methodology challenges with doing that, but we are able to do it. We've made some methodology choices and we produce numbers, and I don't know if you guys have looked at them. But how do people find that in general? First of all, I want to make sure there's data there in iPEDS for grad rates for you if I'm going to stop doing this and move over to that. So I saw everybody kind of raising their hand that they report grad rates, so at least we'd have data to be able to populate that with. And then how do you feel about the iPEDS grad rate methodology and what it's reporting? Is that reflective? Is it the number that you'd rather see? Or do you want to talk about the methodology more that we use and figure out if that's a better indicator of what's going on in terms of graduation rate?
The iPEDS rate is good because it's comparable across a lot of institutions, so that's good. But I believe it only counts first-time students, which is probably not very reflective of the state goal because, a lot of our institutions are, back to what Tanya's saying, they have tried college somewhere else and come to us to finish. Mm-hmm. And so they're not first-time students anymore. So they wouldn't be reported as in the iPEDS graduation rate. So I think that there's a good and bad. The good is it's comparable across, you can compare my school to Princeton.
Yeah.
But you probably aren't going to really say how many students actually came there and finished in any accurate way.
Yeah.
Thanks. Because in our methodology, we do the same thing because we have a code that says first time in college, if you know. In past discussion, we understood that you may not even know if they are first time in college or not because it's not very clear. So we form a cohort. Diane can talk more about how she calculates that. So in a way, it's similar based on what you report to us. But number of degrees or people who complete then captures everybody that you are talking about, but not necessarily the rate.
Does that make sense? So you made a nice comment about iPEDS, right? And then Gabriella was talking about what we try to calculate here with the data that we have. And so we have the same challenge on figuring out first time in college or how we're going to create the cohort that we're going to track for however many years and see what percentage graduated. And there is a flag on the report that you submit that talks about identifying people as first time in college, but we found that data is not very reliable. It's like people just may not know, it doesn't get filled out right, people check it and we look and they were there the year before at that same school, stuff like that happens. So we haven't been using that, and instead we have a methodology where we just look back for a particular amount of time to see if we can find that student, and if we haven't found them in the last 3 years at your institution, we may declare them as first time in college cohort and then track them forward from there. And that's somewhat arbitrary too, right? So I'm trying to get a feel for, it may be picking the best of two non-optimal options and seeing what we want to do.
Grad rate is probably the most complicated data point I've ever known in
right?
any reporting, and because everybody has a different goal around what they mean by it. Mm-hmm. I will tell you that I've been asked about grad rates from students over the years, and what they mean is how many people started and finished by the time the program ends. Mm-hmm. That's what they mean. If you had a class of 100, at 1 year later when the program ends, how many of them graduated?
Right. Nobody
measures it that way. Right. And that's what the consumer really wants to know, but that's just one thing. So I think that the issue with grad rates is, I guess my point is that everybody has a definition of grad rate depending on what their goal is about knowing the information.
Right.
And so I think that the iPEDS rate is a rate, but I don't know that the federal goal necessarily gets to the state plan. So you may not want to use it.
Yeah, and the state plan, of course, is increasing completions. It's not particularly tracking grad rates, but the idea is that we want them to also decrease excess hours and get out on time. So it kind of fits within that, but they didn't set a specific target on that one. Did you have a comment too? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right.
All those things goes into effect when we're trying to fill out our grad rates, because we have to take into account that some students' statuses do change throughout the year, and we have to do the best estimated guess of, okay, how to classify these students whose packaging dropped down to half-time or quarter-time.
Yeah.
That's the situation everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And I
not-
think what we do, and Diane can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, I think we look at the student so if we're trying to create a cohort to track, we'll look at fall, and then if you were full-time in fall and you meet the definition, you're in the cohort and you stay in the cohort, whether you go to part-time or whether you go anything else. We put you in the cohort and then we look down the time frame. So I am hearing and in agreement with the idea that none of this is perfect, and it may not necessarily address, we may be trying to address more what you mentioned is what the consumer wants to know, but we don't have solid enough data to make sure that we know that we're doing that well. And iPads may have a slightly different thing. If we're looking at these various things and we're pretty, let me make sure I give you, let's do it this way. There could be, what I want to do is try and get a consensus of what sort of the feeling is in the room, and people on the phone are free to comment too, as to what I can relate to our leadership about what is the best thing to do given this area. So one possibility that, I don't think is really going to happen, but we could say was discussed is maybe not even showing grad rates, right? That would be difficult. But if grad rates are going to be shown, maybe we take them from iPads and just use that, given whatever imperfections it has. At least it's comparable. There's a definition out there, and we can report that. We could, or we can continue to try and calculate them ourselves, given our methodology. And I'm kind of leaning towards the idea that maybe we can just standardize this with the iPads data, report that, and let that be that. How do people feel about that? Okay, so I think we'll say that was kind of the consensus from this group meeting. So then we're through that. Let's see, 11:47. So we got a few minutes before we get lunch. Hopefully lunch will show up for those of us that ordered it, which includes me. And let's take a look at what we've got for key on marketable skills. So I'm not really going to talk about 1 and 2 because those are the ones that I've mentioned numerous times are in progress, and you can opt in, and when that becomes available, you can take advantage of that. The third one is working and enrolled within 1 year after award. So we already track that, but it's not under that name. It currently has the name. It's number 13 in the definitions. It currently has the name graduate's status following graduation. And this is, percent of graduates employed. I'm going to skip placed in the military because we're not doing that. In the fourth quarter of the calendar year in which the program year ends and or enrolled in a Texas institution in the following fall after the school year in which the program year ends. So you can sort of digest that for a moment. But we're going to continue, our plan is to continue reporting that. It fits right under working and enrolled, although, when it was created for this purpose, back when it was created, it didn't have that name. And it's almost identical, pretty much is identical to what the plan is, the target of the plan that's on the screen there. So we were going to continue with that. And if anybody has any comments or feedback on that.
How many of you plan to apply for WIOA money, WIOA funding, and be training providers?
People familiar with WIOA, do you know what that means?
Yeah.
What does it stand for?
Asking,
what does it stand for? What is WIOA?
It's Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act.
Aha.
And
the federal program.
Right. And TWC is managing that. The reason I'm asking is because the reporting of this particular measure is a little bit different than it was before. Before it was, as Bill said, the fourth quarter of the year. Now they change it in the second quarter after graduation. We'll need, probably Perkins will change the same. We may have to change, we don't know now. But it may be that we'll have to align everything. It's still within 1 year because 2 quarters are 6 months. So I wanted to see what would be your preference to align with, especially because nobody wants several percentages going around, one for Waiowa and federal reporting, the other one here, the other, because you'll have to answer those questions. So it seemed to me that you are thinking about being provider if you are not already.
So for the people on the phone, the methodology for this particular measure, which is looking, as I read out before, which is looking for employment in the fourth quarter of the calendar year in which the program ended, was an established measure for a long time when this was adopted. And I believe it aligned with federal reporting, but federal reporting has somewhat started to change a little bit. So WIOA, being that Workforce Investment Opportunity Act that Gabriela was pointing out, changed the reporting on that to look at a different time frame for when you're employed. And so that leaves us in the situation of, and institutions in the situation of, okay, well, we may be tracking it one way with a methodology here for our state plan and the way we've defined it, but there may be a different reporting requirement. If you're receiving WIOA funds, you may also have to tell them or do some tracking for them that looks at the second quarter or whatever it is that they've done to define it. And they may align Perkins with WIOA or they may not. So there is some fluidity here, and methodology stuff may need to be looked at, and we may need to go to alignment with other federal reporting just to make things easier on institutions rather than reporting something to us and something else to somebody else or anything like that. But we pretty much figure it out on our own because we get the wage data and we figure out what quarter to look for, so we can handle that. But there may be some methodology movement in this area, I think is what Gabriela was trying to say. And she was trying to get a feedback for the idea of, are people receiving WIOA funds? Do they want to sign up for that program? Are they going to end up in that bucket where they're going to be looked at one way for WIOA and then maybe Perkins comes along or doesn't, and we're looking at them for the fourth quarter? Just get a feel for whether you guys are participating in WIOA or not.
I don't think they qualify for Perkins. So
okay, so Perkins is off the table, but anybody interested in WIOA or know about it or were thinking about doing it?
We currently do it right now. That's part of our 90-10 strategy, actually. So we do a lot of our programs with WIOA. We have a specialty person who that's her main focus, to get those funding from the, we call them agencies. So that's one of our big strategies, is WIA funding.
Okay, so we got at least one. And then, and you guys too? Okay, so some people are doing that. So as far as an overall measure, this one, anybody have any comments about tracking this or any kind of reason we wouldn't want to continue on since we've already been doing it and it fits in with the plan? Okay, we'll start with John and then.
So as thank you. So back to when I was at the regional meeting, we had some discussion about this percentage, and the question I raised was, from a public institution, it's just employed. So it's regardless of if they're employed within the field in which they studied or directly tied to the field in which they studied.
Right.
It is just employed.
Right.
So for us, when you talk about employment percentages, that looks very differently for us, in terms of it's not just employment, but it's employed within that field. So I think the percentages might vary because we're not going to, we have to be more strict in our interpretation of what is truly considered employed upon graduation. And I think there's a little bit of a disconnect in the two percentages that you might get from our institutions and public institutions.
Let me
Has
just
there been
ask for
discussion about that?
Yeah, let me ask you a bit of clarification. So so what I'm used to for us here is that we calculate this, right? So we'll combine wage data that we get from TWC to see if somebody's employed, and we don't necessarily look at what field that they're employed in either. So when you have to do a calculation that's specific to employed in their field, is that something that you guys are individually doing for a purpose to, either for yourself or to report to someone else?
For accreditation.
Ah, there you go. Okay,
yeah.
So I understand that. So they could differ, right? I mean, if we did it and we weren't looking at specifically where you were employed, because I don't know that we get the information on what where someone's employed specifically? How do you guys know whether they're employed in their field? From the individual, from your graduate, or from somewhere else?
So graduates, but then also we have a third party that verifies all employment, which I imagine most folks here do too as well. So there's a third party that verifies all employment, so our statistics are.
But
Gotcha.
that number is a
accurate.
condition of accreditation.
Gotcha.
You have to maintain a certain level to remain accredited. So that number is important, but to your number, we track that very soon after graduation, not a year later, because by that point, well, first of all, we're not requiring it, but it's also, we just don't track them that far into the future on employment in the field. But if you're just matching who's working and who isn't, and who's going to school and who isn't,
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a problem with this, but he's right. It's not what we say is not what we're talking about.
I see. It could be not necessarily aligned with what you're doing for accreditation or for something that you're publishing or some number that somebody else might know about.
Here's again a story difference. 100% of my students are working full-time while they're going to school, pretty much. So it's not particularly meaningful because they're already working full-time.
So you'll have
they're
a really high
going to be
number.
working full-time a year from now. So, it's not like the traditional, like my son, he's a sophomore at Texas Tech.
Right.
He's not working now, but will after he graduates. That is
Right.
not typical of a culinary school student.
Yeah, so that makes really good sense that, once again, maybe along the idea of fall headcount, this kind of thing may be with a certain other picture in mind when it was set up. But what...
I want to correct your assumption. The employment in the field is what they want for the community colleges too. It's just that in the same time, they don't want, and quite frankly, it's not doable to call 100,000 students and ask each one, hey, where are you working? Because that's not doable. The Department of Ed always wants something else, officially reported data in terms of employment and wages, not something that a student tells you that may or may not be true, or the type of, you find 10 students, you find that 8 are working, and all of a sudden you have an 80% employment rate when actually you had 400 graduates, which happened. So the position, yes, the law says employment in the field, but the truth is nobody except 2 states in the union has it, because occupation is not required by law to be reported by the employer. So yes, everybody says that, but in the end, they just get what they get. And the accreditation agencies for the publics and the federal government and everybody has what they have because that's what the official reporting is. Sometimes for grants, what we are doing is match the industry code where they work with crosswalk between industry, occupation, and zip codes to try to figure out if it's close to the field. Sometimes it's very clear it's not. And that crosswalk was created based on people going, talking with employers to see what kind of occupations may be in that industry, and then the connection between occupation and zip codes. So it can be, is it true what we find? Maybe or may not be. But like in your case, if I find that your student works in public school, well, it's possible to be a cook in public school. So it's an acceptable thing. So depends, that's why we do that. We don't use it for this type of measure because, it's not 100% accurate. So
John, does that provide a little context? I know it doesn't answer specifically what we're doing with this one, but does that provide context for what states are doing, or
So you can- I
something
can
to your
tell
question
you-
that you were asking about at the regional meeting?
For the accreditation, a lot of institutions put out use what we put out in our reports. Others prefer to call the students. I think it's a matter of how many students we are talking about in the end.
Yeah, I think that's the key. And so the way it came up is we were talking to the officials, and they said, for most public institutions, they just use employment data and try to get the percentage. And we were talking about, for us, it's, ours are all third-party verified, which, so when I give a statistic, I know it's an accurate statistic because it's not self-reported. No one else, where I'm not calling students, it is very clear. And so we had some discussions about that. But to her point, it's much easier for me to do it than someone who has, 1,000 graduates. So I think there's just going to be somewhat of a disconnect there. But, that helps, though. It's helpful.
Okay, all right. So thanks for that. I'm going to put a pin in it for now because it's 12:01, so we're going to break for lunch. I want to let you know that there are restrooms. I think you can cut right through that door, and there are restrooms right across the hall. Otherwise, you can go around this door. You can come out the one you came in, but the restrooms are in the middle of the building along the hallway here. At the front end of the building, if you walk towards the way you came in and you go right, there is a vending machine room area that has sandwiches and other things like that in there that if you're interested in lunch, we have 45 minutes. There's a Luby's over here that you could go to. There's a little bit of stuff up the street. I'm not sure how much 45 minutes is going to get us with that. I can see that not too many people ordered the lunch thing, which was different than last time. We had everybody order lunches, so we didn't really have to worry about time and go anywhere. But we'll try and meet again at, let's say, 12:50, roughly, right in there to give people time to do whatever. And if you're a couple minutes late because you had to go somewhere and find some food, I'm not going to, stress over that. But we'll try and keep on time as best we can. All right, so thank you guys. When we pick up, we'll start with student debt, and we'll finish that up, and then we'll move into some of the contextual, which we don't have as many of, so we can go quicker there. All right, thanks for everything. Okay, we're going to get started here in about 1 minute. Okay, I think we have everybody back except for some of our agency staff, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and get started. And how was lunch? Were you able to find something good, Steve? Oh, we're able to get to Whole Foods and back that fast. Well, good for you. Good deal. And I think we had pretty good consensus that the ones that we ordered in were pretty good. So when Sue hears this, she can be happy that she found a good option for us to be using going forward. Okay, so we'll pick up with key measures, and we'll talk about student debt. As you can see on the screen, the one that we have that we're proposing under this particular area is tuition and fees, which is something that we've been reporting before, something that we gather from iPads on your institutions. And I just left it on the slide, something that I said before, that we don't, the goals and targets in the plan aren't going to be included in your area because we don't have that data. So this is pretty much just communicating that the same measure will be going forward in this area, gathering it from iPads as we've been doing before. Everybody report this particular information to iPads? Yay, nay, not sure? Not everybody has to do that? Yeah, I was just double checking that we were all clear. So we pull that from iPad, so we'll continue pulling that from iPad, so I don't think that there's a big issue for what's key here. We'll just be moving forward with this one. So that allows us to move right into the discussion of the other category that we were proposing. And I want to get your guys' feedback on this. We haven't named this category yet because we weren't entirely sure, whether it would consist of anything, whether we would keep it, or if we did, but we would want to name it. But expenditure per FTE students is another one that we get from iPads, I believe. Let me look at the definitions and just make sure I've got that right. Yes. And in our definition, it's actually titled expenditures per FTSE. And so I had a conversation earlier where it was relayed to me that this is an important and reflective measure for two-year career institutions, and I wanted to test that with you guys and find out how do you guys feel about it? Is this something that's important to reflect for your institution? Does it tell an important piece of information for people? Do you feel like it's accurate, or represents what's that, or is iPads off on the wrong foot, or how do you guys feel? Lukewarm? Yay, nay, not that big of a deal, one way or another?
The challenge between doing this is that for our school, we get it from our accounting team. Our accounting team does their accounting forensics, so
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if it's a true, accurate number because they back out this, what's CapEx, what's not.
Yeah.
So it's always a lot of accounting terminology that may not truly reflect the true expenditure per student, because just so much goes into this number that we have to aggregate versus we amortize over time. So I'm not sure this is really helpful for people.
Okay, let me give you some information. This comes from iPads. Whatever you report as being your total expenditures and whatever you report as being your FTEs, okay? this was deemed very important several years ago by the group that wanted it here, because they wanted to show how much money you spend for a student, that it's a considerable amount of money comparable with what other institutions spend. So that's where it's coming from. So we don't know your expenditures. It's what you report in iPads in terms of FTEs and expenditures. So how accurate you are there, I don't know.
Well, and I think that once again in a vocational program, you know, this could be a very, comparing apples to apples may be tough, because I can see when you have the University of Texas and they've got 50,000 students in total expenditures and they sort of average it out, you might have something you can say, but you know, my school, culinary, so a culinary associate's degree is about the expenditure is maybe $40,000 per student. Does that mean it's better than a medical assistance and coding program that spends $7,000 per student, but both of them end up with a credential and both of them get a job? So maybe what would be meaningful for me would be what percentage of tuition is spent on students or something of that nature. I don't know, you know. And then are you just talking about direct educational expenses, or, you know, schools can't run just on teacher salaries and classroom equipment either. There's overhead and everything else. So I think that, you know, I guess with smaller schools like ours typically are, and programs that are very capital intensive, like our programs are, and vary greatly, I don't know that this expenditure would make a lot of sense to me if I was looking at a big state university versus small private university. But I don't know that I could compare a culinary school with 500 students and its expenditures per student easily to a funeral directing school with the same number of students. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be, it sounds like it could be different when you're comparing different types of, like compared to other culinary schools, it might be interesting.
Yes, that's true.
Compared to a funeral type situation that you discussed, it might not be, or compared to UT Austin, it might not be. I understand from Gabriella that it was very interesting to the group from a few years ago, so that may not be the case anymore. So we'll have to say that. It looks like from the definition here that all kinds of expenditures are included. They run the gamut from academic support to student services to a big, long laundry list of things. So one thing we might consider is narrowing down what expenditures are in that bucket. That might make it a more relevant thing to compare. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to look at it. Anybody else have any comments? What's up, Margie?
So what I'm hearing is a lot of the information that you gather comes from the iPads reports. And so one of the things that I have found over the years through iPads is that their reporting requirements don't always fit the smaller career schools. And so I think they're more conducive to the larger universities. And so we try as best as we can to fit the data into their requirement, but it doesn't always quite measure it exactly to how we operate. So that's just something to think about, because you all gather a lot of the data from iPads.
Yeah, we do. About half, currently about half the measures come from iPads or half the, we feed the measures with data from iPads for about half of them. So, and that's just because that's the only source that we have. But
it's certified by you, and there is a different survey for public institutions and for-profit and for non-profit. So we are using the for-profit ones for those of you who are for-profit, and the non-profit one for those who are not. So we just assume that you follow the definition.
And we do, but it doesn't always quite fit, you know, to the way the smaller school operates. So we do our best to answer the questions as best as we can.
And I think that seems to be kind of general, that you could generalize that statement and say that happens in a lot of areas. It's sounding like that things are happening. So we kind of have to weigh the positive and negative of putting something out there that hopefully is somewhat reasonable versus not putting anything in that area, and then trying to figure out, okay, well, what are the pros and cons given that this may not fit perfectly for an all institutions.
So, Bill, can I just weigh in on this one? This is being proposed as a key measure, and just want to point out that this one, unlike some of the other ones that are here on the key measures, is not specifically tied to the plan, goals, and targets. Right. So whether it shows up at all is one level of feedback, and then whether what I'm hearing is not an overwhelming clamoring for having this be an important measure for you all. So it could be moved to contextual, or it could be, we don't think this is super important overall. So just wanted to highlight that right now it's up as a key measure, and it seems like at minimum I'm sort of hearing that this may not be relevant or maybe just less important than some of the other key measures.
Well, I think a measure like this requires too much extraneous explanation. This, I'll go to my school. A community college culinary program may spend $30,000 per student on a $5,000 tuition charge. Mm-hmm. My school may give $30,000 worth of education on a $30,000 tuition charge, or whatever. So I think that there's so many extra things. I could only see this data confusing the public is, wow, this school spends more on students, they must be better. And I don't think you can draw that conclusion, but that is the way it would be used.
Yeah, that's kind of a fair comment. I wish I had been here the year before when they were very interested in it, so I'd have their reasoning, but I don't. So, so that makes good sense.
So to show that, because they were accused at that time that they make students and salaries and so that was, now we're spending for this. That's why it's the percentage of revenues from tuition.
Mm-hmm.
So it was all about how they compare with the public.
Okay, so that doesn't seem to be something that's hitting your guys' radar right now as a hot topic or anything like that. Okay, so we'll look at it. It could be moved to contextual. It could be, not displayed front and center. One of the things that I was going to leave till the end, but I guess I'll say now since we're kind of talking about it on this one, is the measures that we have been reporting in your sector area, the ones that are listed here in this measures and definitions, the current plan is that there will be data continued to be available to people in the interactive portal or the other reports portal that I talked about earlier, based on the data that we're currently collecting and the measures that have been in the past, and that data will probably continue to be available. What we're talking about is really what's going to be presented up in front in accountability as like, here's what we want to show you, here's what we're putting out to you. So these measures would, data for this, if somebody were looking for it, would continue to be available in our interactive portal. Which would be true of anything that we're cutting, and we're not going to be displaying up front. All the comment that I made about trying to make things easier to digest and get that story out there and make it easier to read and not hit people with data overwhelm and stuff like that. That's all, that's heavy duty what we're talking about right now. Information like this one would still be available in an interactive way. If people really wanted to go get it, they could go get it at the self-service portal. So just so that you know that. When it comes to the idea that if it's not on this list, or if we move it off this list, or if we take it and decide it shouldn't be key or contextual, that it would still end up being available. We're not going to stop having it available, just through a different route. Okay, so I think we got the feedback on that one. And we'll go ahead and move to the next one, contextual, and this is a much shorter list, most of which has to do with completion, and all of which, except for one, are being reported right now. And I think we touched on one of them already, the very first one, students receiving Pell. And we do get that one from iPads, and it is a percentage of students receiving Pell. It's not individualized student data. But it helps provide some rough idea for people interested in the way that we do calculations on economically disadvantaged, which is essentially students receiving Pell, to get some kind of idea of how many students at your institution. I didn't even look at the data. Do you guys have lots of students, little students, no students? What's the percentage of Pell recipients at your guys' institutions? A lot? So fairly significant. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll go with that one. Graduation and persistence rates. Again, we've been reporting it before. You have the definition in front of you in the set of definitions. I don't know that this is particularly controversial, but we'll continue providing that in a contextual. I'm just breezing through here to see where it is in our definitions so that I can be clear. Yeah, that's data that we track from the data that you report. It's a 3-year graduation and persistence rate versus 6 years or something else that we do in other areas. So if nobody has any comments about that one, persistence, we do 1-year and 2-year persistence currently to see that people are continuing on. I don't think that one's too controversial either. The one that I was interested in was understanding a little bit more about service area representation. And this one is defined as the comparison between the demographic groups in the area and enrollment is a different, okay, I'm not sure this reads well, but the comparison between the demographic groups in the area and enrollment is a difference of percentages. The percent of students in a race, ethnic, or gender group enrolled at a college minus the percent of the group in the population of the college's region.
I can give you.
Yeah, what I'm getting out of that is it's written a little weirdly, but it's trying to say that if you're serving a certain area, does the racial, ethnic makeup of the people that are enrolled in your school, how close is it reflective of the racial, ethnic breakdown in your region?
Pretty much that's what it is.
Yeah.
And because these schools don't have a service area as community colleges, it was decided to work on the population of the higher education areas where you are located, because everybody agreed that your students come from the neighborhood where you are located. I mean, people don't come from all over the state to that particular school. Maybe if it's one school like the culinary and it's one in the state, probably. But in general, it's from the surrounding areas. And the idea was that the career schools are serving a lot of minorities, and they serve the population where they are located because that's why they are open wherever that location is. So this was a way to show that if we have 30% African Americans in our community, our enrollment will be 30% or close by. And that difference between the percentage of the population in that area and the percentage of the students enrolled from the same group should, ideally be 0. So we were looking at those differences to match as close as possible. So it was a way to show that the schools are serving the area where they are located and that population.
Comments?
For us, and we don't fit within that. Might be something that you find with some of the specialized institutions, because we pull students from everywhere in the state and from around the country, actually. So, and it could be because of the unique nature of our institution. but I think it would probably skew everything as far as in regard to our service area. So, and you know, again, I don't know if that's something unique to our particular institution. I think
Right.
that's part of it, but it
Right.
could also be something that's unique to a career school, if you will. I don't know, but.
Well, let me ask a question of the others in the group, and anybody on the phone can certainly chime in too. Was the underlying idea that you're drawing from the, however big you want to define it, but you're drawing from some immediate region around you? Does that hold true for people, or is it really all over the map? Okay, so not for you, and not for you. How about you guys? You draw from around your neighborhood, kind of not for you. Sarah? Sarah, yeah. So I got about 50-50 so far, I think.
I want to mention something. When this accountability system was mandated by the legislature, was mandated to be similar / sort of identical with the public institution accountability system. So we match the 2-year career school accountability system with the community colleges and TSTCs and Lamar systems. They are a little bit different, but you know. So because of the mandate, we had to match this together. This particular measure wasn't so much requested by the institutions, but we had to have it because we were asked to have it in the 2-year one. Now, the mandate still remains to be similar, I guess. I mean, it's still a valid law that was passed, but the requirement is to match the 2-year accountability system of the publics. So if we don't have that in the accountability system for the community colleges.
Yeah, so there's good context or good background information with that as to how it evolved. And I do think that the community college model does draw a lot from its surrounding region and makes a lot of sense to have that. And so, you know, we'll go back and we'll talk to leadership here about this concept of the mandate of trying to match these things, and see if that's some kind of requirement that we need to continue to follow with or not. But I think that it's very good feedback to understand the relevancy to which it fits, as to whether it's making any sense as information. I mean, you can mandate it and you can throw it on a report and you can put it on a website, but does it tell anybody anything, or does it not fit? Are two other questions that I like to know the answer to. And so I appreciate you guys letting me know. And what I'm hearing is that, you know, sometimes it fits and sometimes it doesn't. About half and half. The models are different here than the community college world. Some people may be drawing from much broader areas than others. And so some people, it may be somewhat comparative and you might be able to make sense out of it. Others, it might not be that helpful of a piece of information. The comment boxes that we provide on the accountability site for institutions to make comments about data that's reported on them would be a good spot to make that mention, to say, you know, given the methodology of this, it doesn't necessarily represent entirely what we do because we draw from a much broader area. That would probably be useful to people looking at the site if they were to see that, especially if it's lawmakers and other stuff like that, or policymakers who are looking at it. But that's good. That's good. We can take all that back and we can use that as further discussion
I would just say, though, Bill, I think that some of it, too, is though it is true that many career schools do draw from their local area and do represent the demographic, I think that, and many schools are proud of that. There's a difference in what this presupposes. The Austin Community College has an obligation to serve the people of Austin. It's their mission. My school serves those who want to learn to cook professionally. We don't have an obligation toward a demographic like ACC does. We have an obligation to people who want to learn a trade. So it's a completely different, and it might be that we serve a diverse number of people as a result of that, but our primary mission isn't to serve this region. The primary mission is to serve people who want to learn to cook professionally.
Right. And that's key. I mean, not to overuse the word, but that's important. So that's good feedback, and we'll take that back into discussion, and we'll see how that works with this. I hadn't heard about the mandate issue before, so we'll have to double check on that. But as far as what you just said, I think that's a very valid comment. Any others? Okay, let's move on to the next one, and I'll explain this one a little bit, and we'll see if it fits here or not. So we had some comments before in a previous discussion with institutions that had a significant amount of part-time enrollment. And they were commenting on the issue that a lot of times when they're rated or they're looked at in terms of how many people are graduating or how quickly they're going through or any of these other measures that grad rates or other things like that that tend to kind of be underlying having this full-time concept underneath it, that part-time, their percentages were really low or looked bad or something like that. And the proposal came up of the idea of having a measure that looked at the percent graduating of the total enrolled each year. Just not trying to track a cohort, but just saying of your total enrollment this year, and they could be whether they're beginning, middle, or ending, or whatever, just as a percent of the total enrollment, how many graduate in a particular year. And it was put forward that they felt like that might help provide some additional useful information when looking at a grad rate they felt was very skewed because of the part-time nature of a lot of their students and stuff like that, that they had abnormally low-looking figures in those kinds of measures, and that this would help present a better picture of what might be going on. So we decided that we said we'd take it under consideration and we'd think about it. And a further comment was, well, and another way to do it isn't just to do it over head count, but to do it over FTE at the school to try to balance out this idea of we have a lot of part-time enrollees, and don't just count us on the number of heads enrolled, but count us on the full-time equivalent. So I don't know if we can calculate full-time equivalent for you guys in a particular year. I heard Gabriella say something about that was in IPEDS. I don't know if that meant that there was a full-time annual number. Yeah, so it might be something that we could use. And at first I was told, well, we probably couldn't do that. Then I heard her make that comment. I don't know if we can or can't. But we could explore it if it seems to make sense and seems that it would be useful in the context of your institution and present meaningful data that could help people understand and what's going on in your school. If I didn't do justice in the way of explaining it, ask, but how do you guys feel about a number like that? Does that same comment or argument about having part-time students or not fitting into the traditional grad rate paradigm or something like that, does this help compensate for that? Is this not something that would really fit in your world? What are some comments on this one?
I want to specify that, again, in IPEDS, it's 100 FTEs. We don't know who they are.
Yeah.
So we cannot go back and see.
Oh, say that number graduated. How many of those graduated? Okay,
yes.
So it would be total head count then. It would be.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So in your context, it would be head count. If we don't have the data to be able to do that. So is that meaningful? Does that help? Does that help shed some light on that conversation that we had about how grad rates work with IPEDS and may not fit our school? Would this help? Or does this reflect anything of use for your institutions? Or is it not adding anything of substance to the conversation or to the story that's being told about what's happening at your institutions?
On the face of it, it looks like a good measure.
Okay. Anyone else? Right. Right. So sometimes, let me ask you if this kind of thing would seem to apply to you or people in your situation. So you develop a cohort and you do a grad rate, and I think like Margie might have been saying, or I'm not sure who it was, somebody starts as full-time and they get, they're in the cohort and you're tracking them, and then then they go to part-time or some other status, or not in for a while, or this, that, and the other, because that's the nature of your student and the way that they go through, or it may be very common for that to happen, something like that. So then your grad rate looks abnormally low when we track it for 3 or 4 or 6 years or whatever the time period. This one's gonna, I think, whatever the iPED's definition was, but we do, on grad and persistence, it's 3. So they felt like their grad rate was being sort of artificially depressed because of that nature, and they thought that this would be something useful to help compare, looking at the two side by side. This would show, no, we are moving the people through, even though that formula of grad rate doesn't work for us because of the nature of our student taking longer than marching through, always being full-time. Does that ring true? Is that something that would be useful, or is this not something that would add? Yeah.
The student going part-way and dropping part-time,
Mm-hmm.
or leaving and so forth.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Okay, thanks for that. We'll move on to the next one then. So in the marketable skills area, currently there is a measure, and it has the name, I think it has the name certification and licensure in your definitions pages. And let me find what number. Yeah, it's number 14. And this falls under, and we're grouping this under marketable skills for other sectors as well. And while it's called certification and licensure, it's the definition of licensure pass rate. It's tracking licensure passing. So we were going to align that name with the name that we're using in other sectors so that they would be consistent, because it was the same definition with another name. And this is data that you guys provide, that you guys enter into our system yourselves and provide. And that's another question. That begs another question. So we've come. Yeah, well, let me just say something before you get started. So in looking at this and looking at, okay, do we want to have licensure pass rate? Makes sense to have it. It's been being reported, or it should have been being reported, or it was open to be being reported from the institutions themselves. When you go into the accountability system, there are some spots for institutions to enter data directly that will be used in accountability. Are people familiar with that? Like, raise your hand if you know that exists. No, I don't want to go to the accountability system right now, but just raise your hand if you know that instead, not through submitting a report like a CBM 1 or a 9, not from us going and getting it from iPads, but rather there is what's called an institutional login portal on the accountability site. People familiar with that? Okay, and then when you go in there and you log in, this is where you can make your comments on measures that are out there, and you can put in your comments to the comment box. This doesn't necessarily reflect us because, or something like that, right? And that'll get attached to the report and people can read that. Do people also know that there's actually data entry that goes on in that area, where you enter pieces of data that get reflected in the accountability system? Okay, so that might not be something that was known to people before. There are at least 2 that I'm aware of, data points that you guys can enter in that system, one of them being licensure pass rate. So when I looked at the system, there wasn't a lot of data for this information in the system for your 2-year career institutions. And then we looked at how many people had even asked for a login to be able to log in to enter this data, and the number was really, really, really tiny. And so it brought up the question, okay, do people not know, or are people not participating? Do people not want to, like why are we seeing what we're seeing? There could be a variety of reasons for that. So I thought we would start with identifying whether people know about it or not. So people do seem to know about the institutional login. They do seem to know about the fact that they can make comments to reports that are out there and data that's out there that's presented in tables. It seems like people don't really know that there are some data points that they can enter in there. One of them specifically is as what used to be called in the past certification and licensure, which is basically a licensure pass rate that they can provide us, which is basically like typing in a number, like this is the licensure pass rate that we have for a particular area, and I don't have them memorized, but they're like single number entries. So it seems like people don't know about that, and I don't know if you guys are the ones responsible for logging in or anything like that, but do people know whether you've asked for logins for this? Like, do you make comments to tables very often? Have logins been requested? Is it something that anybody's using? Not. Okay, so then let's back up and say, I would assume that you guys are interested in the capacity to still be able to add comments to reports that are put out about you if you want to explain something. So we would clearly want to continue with that. If this measure is to survive, which I think it's a good measure, and I think that we would like, and it would be in alignment with other sectors as well, and I'm sure you guys all graduate. Okay, so then let's back up and say, I would assume that you guys are interested in the capacity to still be able to add comment out now. Oh, it's one of those things now. So Jesus, I think pardon me. I thought it was the phone. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so our guys in the back, if they can hear me, there's a technical problem. Okay, so
remember, this is ahead.
Can you guys hear that one? Can you guys hear me now? Okay, we're back on. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask the people that are listening on the phone if they will mute their speaker, because apparently that causes... Yeah, mute your microphone on the phone. So don't put yourself on hold or anything like that. We'll get your elevator music or whatever goes on. But if you mute the microphone on your phone, then that will stop the technical difficulties that we're having with that. So thank you for doing that. Okay, so so this measure is getting at that if somebody needs if they graduate from your institution and they're needing a license to do whatever, if they're going to be a nurse and they need a license, then, and if they take an exam, people are reporting the rate of passage on that licensure exam, and that's something that we do and has been done and could continue to be done, and I think is relevant information and helps inform this goal. So I wanted to get feedback that for people who are in that situation, is this a data element that you'd like to see continue? And if so, we want to do we need to put out information that lets people know that this is a data entry thing that needs to happen, and how it needs to happen, and how we would collect it, and make sure because it sounds like there might be a lack of understanding or a lack of information out there about how this is done. Okay, so now I'm going to let Cliff go ahead and say something, because Cliff is really involved in handling this, and he was the one who made me aware of it.
Now I don't have it.
Yeah.
So since I just found out that they even had the possibility to do data entry this way, it's partly our fault in that, although when the accountability system was first started, maybe institutions were told about this, but since we have quite a bit of overturn in terms of schools that come in, new schools, that wouldn't have known about this, and in our annual memos and things that go out about reporting, I don't recall ever being part of mentioning this as one of the pieces. So if any of you come across it, you may have stumbled on it when you were in the accountability system and saw an institution login. So we will definitely make an effort to let everyone know. If it's going to continue, we'll make an effort to let everyone know that that process is in place.
And something else, we call it licensure pass rate, but actually we include licensure and certifications. So everything that needs to be certified or licensed would go in this. And for the public institution, we have a separate report where we collect that. And at this point, it's a very high interest in how many licensing and certifications are in the state of Texas. So the governor is very interested.
Yes.
We report this data to one of our accreditors, but they define it differently than for our Board of Nursing. So one definition for us is the number of students who are eligible to take the test, how many of them took the test and passed it, versus the number of students who took the test and passed it. So I could have 100 students who are eligible, only 2 took it and 2 passed it, looks 100%, but the other 98 is not being represented. So how is this really being looked at? Because depending on who you ask, our numbers will look different depending on our numerator and denominator.
Well, I'll let Gabriella weigh in. We do have this definition that we can look at here and see specifically the methodology that's being used.
Well, the truth is we are pretty open because different agencies have different definitions. Some agencies, licensing or certification agencies, don't even report back to schools by students. They just report this many took, this many passed, end of story. Nobody really has an idea how that was calculated. So in the end, we would like to know how many people got that license of certification, and putting a limit of how you calculate it may decrease the amount of information that you can give us because, as you said, I don't know if it fits your definition. So it depends on what license we are talking about, what certification we are talking about, what area, how is reported by the agency, how the agency, because sometimes some accrediting agencies say the first time passing. Others don't care. In the end, if it's the second passing a month later and took it, you know, they still can use it in the workforce. So at this point, we try to collect from the public, as I said, whatever they can get. And it's not easy to get that information for their students. So that's as much as we can tell you.
Let me ask you, do we use the same definition in all the sectors for licensure pass rate as we're looking at right
As
here?
I said, at this point, we just collected from the publics. We never collected from them unless they entered it there. So it wasn't an issue.
Yeah.
Now, theoretically, it should be the same because for the licensing agency or certification agency,
Right.
they don't care where you went to school. They care that you went to school and qualified to sit for that test.
Right.
So it shouldn't be any difference of the information they get back.
And
So
I think it's an interesting side note to all this. That
Yeah.
For a licensure exam, passing that is not the same thing as license from the state area it was in. So the measure is to see how many people actually licensed in the state.
Right.
That's not, but
Not really, because if somebody comes from Kansas as a nurse, licensed in Kansas, and being licensed in Texas is just a paperwork thing. This is a measure of how well you prepared your student to be licensed or pass that test. So
I guess-
it's a different.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is, it in preparation, absolutely, but for funeral service, for example, there are other steps other than passing the exam. They have a requirement for apprenticeship period and so forth. So
Yeah.
See, that's why we are so wide open, okay? Like, sorry, maybe it's not comparable, but to get a GED, you don't go for a test and get the GED. You go and take like 6 exams, and only if you passed every one of them, get your GED. Unless you got the final, it's not considered. So if that means for funeral director to get the apprentice or whatever, probably that's what we are counting. But quite frankly, I don't feel prepared, and I don't know if Bill or Cliff are, to know what is required for every.
Yeah.
I don't know. We rely on you to make that decision.
Yeah, and it was just an aside to say that in regard to the area of, because there was a comment made that, you know, there are other agencies that are looking at this, and maybe it translates into how many folks are getting licensed in a particular area in the state or something.
Right.
But I think this is the closest. I think this is probably, in a broad measure, this is the closest that we're going to get. But I said the aside just to bring to the attention that, you know, passing, this is licensure examination pass rate.
Right.
Is really the,
I'm not sure that's what we are getting, because when schools ask their licensing agency, whatever that is, or certification agency, I'm not sure, and I don't think it came up ever, this discussion, if they get the result of the test or whenever that agency handed out the license. My guess, based on nothing really, I think when they issued that certification, up to now, what we said, oh, it's a Microsoft certification, for example, and we are interested in one person, did that person get it or not? So the issue was, oh, but our student may take 5 Microsoft certifications, because our main purpose, maybe not quite the main purpose, was reporting to the feds, because we had a measure like that in Perkins. It was one person, did they pass or not? Now, the new interest, especially from the governor's office, was exactly how many. So probably next year, we'll say, if the person got 10, we want to see every one of them in what area, because that's what the interest of employers in this state is at this point. So again, the question was, well, they set for 10, and they passed 1. Okay, they passed 1, that's fine, you know. So it's probably they got when the certification or the license was issued. But I would not call it the result of a test, because I'm not sure that's the truth.
Okay, so I think we brought up some good points for discussion and follow-up, and I understand I think I understand where you're coming from. This thing says it's a licensure exam pass rate right on the definition. Whether that's what we're getting or not is now an open-ended question. Yeah, and it might not have come up before because people might not have been really aware that they could enter it into the system, and this whole thing might have been skipped over for quite a long time until we discovered it now while we're looking at it. So it's a good follow-up item. I'm taking from the conversation that there would be interest in participating and being able to report a number for a licensure pass rate type concept, and that would be useful information to the people in telling the story about what's going on at your institution and allowing people to see that. And certainly if we get driving influence from the governor's office and they're being driven by employers in the state, that we may be pushed into that area for sure. Or I shouldn't say pushed, because it's good information. But we do need to have more of a discussion and more of a looking into sort of what would be a methodology and what would be being reported and what does it mean and how does it fit in with all the different types of people that we have in this particular sector. So we'll do that. We'll go back and do that and take a look at that. But that was good discussion. I appreciate everybody's feedback from all the different points so that we can get a good grasp on how diverse and sort of interesting this issue is. Okay, so that was the only one that we had under marketable skills. So I put this slide in here just for a placeholder. We don't really have any others for student debt because we get tuition and fees from iPads for you guys. We don't have debt information for you guys. So we don't have additional contextual measures at this point. And unless somebody wants to, suggest something or think that there's something that would be interesting, we'll go ahead and move on. Okay, so we had in the key area, we had one measure under the other category, basically the unnamed at this point category that didn't fall under one of the 4 goals of the plan. So here we had student-faculty ratio. Again, something that we've been reporting, something that we pull from iPads, and something that we put in to give context. It's the iPads definition, but the student-faculty, how many faculty to student ratio there is to help inform people of what that ratio will be so that they can get an idea of what that is. I don't see a lot of controversy with that, but I wanted to open it up and let you guys make any comments that you might have in this area.
And this is from iPads too.
Right. Okay, I think we're good on that one. So we've been able to cover that. I think we got good feedback. I want to thank you guys all for that discussion on key and contextual measures. Again, rounding it up by saying, data collection that we're doing is not going to change. Information from things we've been collecting will be available and interactive in that self-service area, but we've got decisions to make and your feedback to include on figuring out exactly what measures are going to be presented up in front in the new accountability system. And by that I mean what measures we'll define as things that we're going to report on, what things will have reports that we're going to place on the website versus having to go to the self-service area and look for information.
Just a question. Just to clarify how you're going to collect the additional data you're not already getting, are you going to add that to the existing accountability reporting system when you come up with the data that you want?
Well, I tried not to say that. So if I said that was an accident. There's not additional data that we're going to be collecting from what we have now. I mean, there may be something new for the marketable skills thing that we have to figure out how to collect because it's a brand new thing and people can opt into, and that hasn't yet been defined, and there may be something new there. But for, attainment, we're getting it on our own. For completions, that's already coming in. For, and it's either coming in or we get it from iPads, one of those 2 sources. For marketable skills, that thing that already existed that was an option for you will get breathed into it new life, and we can start doing that. So I don't consider that new. I just consider it taking advantage of something that was there, but that's how that would be done. And then for student debt, there wasn't anything, and for this one, there's, for the other category, both of them came from iPads as well. So we're trying not to collect any new stuff or keep that to a, absolute minimum. Marketable skills is the only one I know of that might be some new collection involved.
And just a question for, I'm on the board of the Career Colleges and Schools of Texas. Most of the members are not subject to coordinating board reporting. Will I assume that the data, though, is useful from all certificate granting schools, regardless of whether they're under the coordinating board auspices or not? Will you be including data for those schools as well through existing sources?
So schools that are not operating under a certificate of authority or certificate of authorization and don't actually have a requirement to report to us.
Right.
Those would be the have associate degrees. So TWC.
Okay. Well, I'll let Gabrielle or Cliff comment on how we're handling those schools and whether they're in our system today or not.
We don't. If the only thing that we do in relationship with schools that report to us or not is that for the schools who are required to report to us, that means they offer at least an associate degree. We try to, probably you saw it, at the end of the reporting to create a report that matches what the TWC wants. So you can send it to them, or I don't know, it was a discussion that they will require you student level data too. I don't know if they got there yet or not, but I know that in the past they required just aggregate. But more than that, no, what we get from them for these schools are information about cost and enrollment that you report to them. But that's about it. We don't add those schools because we have no authority over them. They don't want anything from us.
I don't think they were included in the projection figures
No,
under
they
the plan.
weren't. They weren't. We don't know anything about them.
Yeah, and they haven't been providing us data in the past, so I wasn't sure.
And I certainly don't want to volunteer that those schools start reporting data, but if you're trying to get to 60% certificates and things like that, that's going to light a lot of people. So, you know.
They weren't.
That's a good point.
The only discussion we have, at one point, there was the discussion for the online resumes for TWC to match what the way ours is, because the requirement from the legislatures was the same for both our agencies. I never saw any data from them that I can upload in our system, so we have no information. The only information we can have is from TWC, and we didn't see any.
We'll be sure to send them an invite letter with quoting you and saying.
Bill, you may not know, but 2 years ago they were reporting on a piece of paper, and I'm not kidding.
I'll always claim it was a different Steve Smith, and that works every time.
There you go. Okay, so thank you guys for all that. That was very helpful. And I appreciate it, and you'll be hearing, we'll go over next step at the end, but we'll continue on then. So we're going to switch categories now. There's another part that we wanted to discuss with you guys on data reporting, and make sure you were aware of some data reporting issues, make sure everybody was clear on some a particular change that happened, a couple changes that have happened and going on, and briefly discuss a potential change that we could do and see if we might consider that or not, whether it makes any sense or whether people would be interested or willing, and share that information. So we'll just go ahead and jump in. I want to make sure that we end on time and that we have time for this discussion. So we'll take a break if we get to the point of needing it, but are people okay just moving forward? Okay, thank you for that, and we'll go ahead and do it. So the first slide is just on current data reporting, and this kind of hits on something that we were just discussing, so this is kind of nice. I just wanted to put forward out on a slide what data that we are receiving right now from two-year career institutions. So we get the annual student data reports, the CBM 001 and CBM 009, and those are on an annual basis, and Cliff works really hard with institutions to get that in for us. So we thank him for that, and thank you guys for participating. Currently, the due date is December 1st each year for the report, and it needs to be certified by January 15th. And sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't, but we're going to be trying to move things forward and really push for certification by that date or as close to it as possible without, you know, we're always sensitive to the burden of reporting, so we don't want to be overburdening people. That is the actual date that everything is supposed to be certified. And we're going to try to do that because what it really does is it really helps us keep your school's data in line with other schools' data as well. right? So we get all the public information certified by that time. We're able to put it in the accountability system, turn that around and get it reported. And our current situation is that it takes us a couple of more months before we add career school data into the system because it's harder to get certified on time. So we're gonna make a push in an effort to do that, and we hope you guys will be participating and in support of that. And so I wanted to mention that. And then annual compliance review reports, that's an additional piece of reporting that comes along with the certificate of authority or certificate of authorization. That happens more with our sister division in AQW, but that's another piece of reporting that you guys do. And then I put on this slide institutional level data because that was the reference to data that we'll go get from iPEDS. And that we'll include in the system, and we've had extensive discussion today about a lot of the information that we've gotten from iPEDS. Okay, then we'll go to the next one. So beginning in 2016, beginning in May, we had a change, and I wanted to find out if people had gotten this information. So how many people are aware that we've had a process change for submitting secure data, our secure data transfer? So your submission of these reports, the process has changed from what used to be FTP to what is now a secure system with a login using MoveIt, that type of situation. Are people aware of that? Okay. So I'm going to let Cliff give you a little bit of information about that.
Okay. Yeah, we're about to put out a revised reporting manual, and also when the annual reporting memo will go out probably mid-October. We'll give reference to this. The only thing that really changes is for those of you that have done the actual submitting through an SFTP client, it just changes now to a web server that you will have an option. There's some new parameters if you want to keep using an FTP client, or now there's a secure web portal that you can access through our site, so you don't have to download software to be able to do it. The only change is for those that had a username and password, the username will be the same, but your password will be new, and I will need to provide it for you. So, everybody will be in the same boat with that, but we'll send out information to all the schools in time for you to get that information.
And there's a link on this slide and in your handout that you can access to learn more information about that, right? Okay. Any questions about that? What's the timing on this, Cliff? Or when were you thinking about setting something up?
Well, the new reporting manual, no change to the actual reporting format at this point, but we'll have some information about it in the reporting manual. Should go out probably next week. And then we will actually, Christine Ayala or Kathy Mayer, who usually send out a memo about reporting and the requirements, that probably will go out mid-October. So, and then reporting isn't officially due until December 1. Some people like to come in early, but yeah, we'll definitely provide whatever information is needed.
Okay. Questions? All right. Okay. Good one.
Can we talk a little bit about the iPads?
Yeah, let's save that until we get through our material here. So here was something that was brought up to me, and I wanted to put it out there and open it up for discussion and see what people were thinking and what might or might not be possible. So one of the things that happens with the current reporting process, and I want to find out if people are aware of this or not aware of this, is that the data for career institutions for the fall head count number, which we already talked about may not be, we've already had the discussion about how meaningful that is or isn't. So, but one thing that was raised to me that I said I would discuss with you guys and see if there were options or not, is that your data for fall head count lags a year behind everybody else's data that we collect. Public institutions give us data in December that relates to the immediately preceding fall. Whenever we produce reports, whenever we're doing accountability, whenever we're doing anything like that, and it has to do with fall head count or reporting, because in accountability, we have that fall head count, we have it for all the sectors, but we have other reports that include that as well. Every time, either we can't include career school data, or we have to proxy it in some way, or anything like that, because the way you guys report is you turn in December a reporting period that ends in August. And everybody else turns in one that ends, that gives us a fall, they take a fall snapshot and they send us that data, so we have fall enrollments. So the question was raised, can we align reporting for the career schools with reporting with the other sectors? Is there a way for us to get fall data in December with the fall head count? And of course, the way IPEDS defines that head count is September, October. So is there a way for us to get that enrollment data in December each year rather than waiting another year for the data to come from the past year and them always being a year behind? Did I articulate that clearly? Okay, great. So different options were brainstormed as to how that could happen. One of them being, well, we could ask them if it would be, overly burdensome or if it would be useful to submit another file, and we could call it the, CBM 001F was an example because it's enrollments and it would be for fall. That would just include students who were enrolled September 1st through October 31st of whatever particular year that is. The example on the screen is, if you were reporting December 1st, 2017, then it would be for the September and October that was immediately prior to that, which would mean it'd be about a month for that reporting to start coming in. Again, it wouldn't need to be certified until January 15th timeframe, and that would give us that fall head count that we could align with all the other sectors. I know we had the conversation about how meaningful fall head count is or isn't in your situation, and I want to balance that with the idea that we do produce a lot of fall head count data and reports and information, and what we do is we proxy or make a big footnote that we have to exclude career data. So how do people feel about that in terms of the pros and cons? Is a reporting issue, is this a tough one? Is it way too burdensome? Would you like to be aligned with other sectors? Would you like that data going in there? Those are the issues on the table, and I wanted to open this discussion. We don't have to make any kind of particular decision about it today, but I wanted to get a feel directly from you guys as to what if there were additional reporting like that, if that, how burdensome that would be versus the benefits that would come with it. Yeah, go ahead.
So the CBM 001F would be in addition to the CBM 001.
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
It would.
So it's not in lieu of, from what I'm understanding.
No, it is not.
It's an addition to.
That's right.
So in looking at that time period, September 1 through October 31st, if I have 2 quarters that fall within that period, that's going to be accurate information or accurate data for you all. So, okay, all right, that's fine.
For those of us who have multiple campuses in Texas, like my school, it was very burdensome doing these reports because we have thousands of students to data mine. And so we like the fact that right now it mirrors TWC's cohort year, but adding another month in there, 2 months in there, it will take us extra time to capture those, could be hundreds, even thousands of students because of how the report has to be formatted. Right. So for us, for schools that have multiple locations in Texas, it is extra work to have to get this done in a timely fashion. Plus, because this is the same time frame as TWC reports are due, December 1st as well too. So it is it's a bit of a stressful time in some offices.
Fair comment. Anyone else?
Are your public institutions using the federal year in their reporting? Is that what's different?
They have a snapshot date. The 10th class day after the semester has started is the snapshot date, and the students enrolled as of that date, they have to report it. So since they all start at different times, it's based on the 10th class day. And so when 10 days have passed, they have to tell us all the students, and that, let's say that happens in early September or mid-September or something, then they have to get that reported by December 1st.
The public institutions submit semester reports. So their actual reporting period starts October 15th, and they have to certify probably by December.
Yeah,
1 or
they're
December
quick. They
15th.
have to do it quicker than you guys do, and they have that 10th class date as the day that we mark. And that's just, yeah, it's every semester.
They do a fall, spring, and summer if they have it. So
Right. It's only we were only talking about this fall one because it's so prevalent that fall headcount is used in so many different ways that was kind of the moneymaker on this issue. But I wanted to find out, like she was mentioning, the level of burden that it would be if we were to ask for something like this, so that we could include you guys in these reports.
when do you, for those that report to IPEDS, when do you report your leading fall enrollment? Is that in the spring? Or is it actually by December? Okay, so it's probably, yeah, and it's probably due in December too, probably, meaning the closing of reporting for the fall? Maybe. It is, okay.
So basically, you can report to us the same thing you report to IPEDS for this period of time.
Except I don't think you can report fall until their definition of fall is ended. So I think, because there's also annual enrollment reports that align with ours, so.
Well,
anyway.
let me see if I can get clarification on what Cliff was asking. I don't know if Cliff got the answer, but I didn't quite pick up on it. So if IPEDS is defining, September and October is what we look at to figure out who was there in the fall, when do you guys provide that data to them? Even though the month hasn't ended and the,
Right. So for 2016 fall, that ends in October 15, 2016, when IPEDS? What is the date? January?
Yeah, I think,
yeah, I mean, we're open to,
No, they enrollment.
I'm trying to figure out which one.
yeah, so one possibility I'm hearing, and I don't know if you guys agree, let's see, is that you might be able to just provide us the same information that you're providing IPEDS on the same timeline that you're providing it to IPEDS with regard to this fall head count, this September through October fall.
yeah,
February
so
10th.
February 10th is probably when it's due for the.
Okay.
So the only reason when we were looking at possibly doing this, it looked like it was close to what you would report to IPEDS. I mean, it's close
I
to
see,
the time.
it's February 10th, and okay. Well, that could be a possibility. Would people, would that reduce the burden of reporting this kind of stuff if you're just sharing with us what you're reporting to IPEDS for that anyway? Yeah, okay. So we'll take that into account, and we'll look at that and weigh the pros and cons, and we'll follow up if this, catches on and seems like it's got potential to move forward. But I wanted to get your feedback first. All right, thanks for that. One last item that I want to talk about, and then I'm going to turn it over and let Gabriella ask a question about IPEDS. But one thing I wanted to raise is and Julie mentioned this at the beginning, State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement, SARA. How many people are familiar with SARA? Okay, good chunk of you are. Okay, and how many, are you guys going to join SARA? You're already joined? And so it gets a little complicated, but you are based in Texas, right? Correct. Okay. So you're going to end up having reporting obligations to the coordinating board anyway, even though you're a SARA member because you're based in Texas. But for people who are out of state, who have reporting requirements to us now because they have enough of a nexus with the state. They have some kind of presence here. They have something that brings them within the realm of having to report to the state, and I won't get into the details of how that happens. But if they're out of state, if they're based out of state and they do something that ends up bringing them into the realm of reporting to the state, they can join SARA, and they may have that situation with many states, right? They may be trying to serve people in many different states. And so one of the advantages, I guess, of the reason that SARA got put into existence was that an institution like that can report once to SARA, and then all the states that for which they are not the home state, but other states can go to SARA and get information from SARA rather than that school having to report to 8 different states, let's say. So when the last that I looked, there weren't too many 2-year career institutions that were that we were going to lose data from directly. Like in your case, we'll still get it from you, so you wouldn't have been counted. But there were a couple institutions where we will lose information because they will be reporting it to SARA now rather than to us. And one of the challenges that comes up with that is that SARA is only collecting certain information. Right now, they're only collecting enrollment information, right? And they've left the door open to collecting additional information in the future, but right now they're just collecting enrollment information. And as you know now, you're very versed in the idea that one of the biggest components that we're tracking is completion, right? So we're going to lose completion information for these people who join SARA and stop reporting to us. So we're thinking about that, and we're trying to figure out sort of how that's going to work and what's happening with that, because it's important to us to try to track that, right? And so that's something that is on our radar. And one of the ways that we might be able to get it is that people report completion data to iPads, right? But one of the challenges that we found is that when you go to iPads and you look for completion data from particular institutions, it may not be broken out by state. There may not be Texas-specific information there. There may just be national information for a particular school, and then we can't really use it to report on what's happening in Texas. If there is stuff in Texas, we'll take it and we'll use it, and we are encouraging people, and I'm hereby letting anybody know that if they want to, when they're reporting to iPads, if they want to do Texas-specific stuff, that would be fantastic, so that we can pull it and use it for our state, especially on the issue of completions. If not, one of the things that we are considering for these people who go into SARA and don't have to report to us anymore is we may start following up with a spreadsheet or some other thing that asks them to report as little information as we can that we can use to track completions, or maybe a couple other things that might be really important to the plan that we're losing now by them joining SARA. And that would be, a voluntary thing. We don't have any mechanism of enforcement or requirement for that. It's just something that we would offer and allow and make as easy as possible so that we could gather that data and continue to use it, and hopefully institutions would understand why that's important and be willing to supply that. So I wanted to put that out there, let you guys know, for those of you who didn't know about SARA, put it out there for questions if you have, let you know why it's important to us, and let you know that as this plays out, because this is the first year of implementation for that we may be setting up some mechanism by which we can continue to gather completion data in some format so that we can continue reporting on it as we go forward. Any comments? All right, so I want to touch on that. You can certainly Google SARA and find out all kinds of information that you want to about it. How many people here, is everybody in here Texas-based? Anybody not Texas-based? You're not Texas-based? Okay, do you have any kind of physical location here?
We have a physical campus in San Antonio.
Okay, so you wouldn't. Got it. Are they entirely separate organizations? No. Okay. They're coupled together, so probably having a physical location in Texas would draw you into reporting to us directly.
Although I think right now we have them set up as 2 different institution codes.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see then exactly what happens with that.
Part of SARA? No. Okay. Oh, they haven't joined yet.
Okay. The other home state, the other home state has to join for for people to participate is another one of the requirements. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so I just wanted to get a feel, put it out there, let you guys know how we may be approaching that issue and that it was out there and it might come up and you might hear more about it.
Have you visited with Sarah about them sharing that information?
No, no. The answer to that is no. We are going to start communicating with Sarah when we get the opportunity to start participating in what the future may look like for Sarah. Right now, they're in the process of building and making this happen and going through the first iteration of it. And so we haven't had that conversation yet, but as I mentioned, they left the door open for what they may collect in the future. And so we would definitely hope that they would, I mean, it would seem a no-brainer to me, right? That not just enrollment, but you'd also want to collect completion. Like that's enough on the radar of everybody that it's probably going to grow that way. I would hope that that would already be in their pipeline, but we'll reach out and see if that can be included into it. And in the meantime, we'll try to do what we can. Okay, so unless there's any other comments like that, I'm going to let Gabriella talk. What did you want to mention about iPads so we can get some information
pretty
about
much
that?
what you mentioned. If I don't find a school in iPads, I have no idea why I don't find some of you there. Sometimes you have a present in Texas, but it's not separated in iPads. It's together with whatever other locations or headquarters. In that case, all those measures that we discussed that I get from iPads, I can't because it's national data. For the four-year institutions in your situations, not in your situation, in that situation, I send a spreadsheet asking specific for the information in iPads, like tell me the percent of students with Pell, or what is the average amount of Pell that you get, and so forth. So exactly as you report in iPads, no more than that. I didn't do it for the two-year institutions. But if we'll have, it looks like a fair number of measures that depend on iPads, then I will have to send only to those institutions that I cannot find in iPads a spreadsheet asking for that information, like graduation rates or whatever, which would be for the students that you serve in Texas only. So what is your feeling about that?
Let me just make sure I'm clear on that. Everybody has an iPads reporting obligation, right?
If they get financial aid.
If they get financial aid. Is there anybody not getting financial aid?
There are some schools, but that's why I don't know why I don't find them.
Right, exactly. So that's a weird one that they would need to be reporting but not be able to be found in iPads. Is that?
Again, I have no idea if they are together with their national headquarters or they don't get financial aid.
Got it.
I don't know the reason. I just don't find them.
Okay. So that introduces another then question that kind of piggybacks on the Sarah thing. Even for people who aren't in the Sarah situation or haven't become a member, it may be that we're not able to get information out of iPads for all these measures that we've talked about as being the source of data having iPads. So in those situations, I think what we would do is put together, I guess, a spreadsheet, if that's what we've been doing before for the 4 years, that ask for the same information that's being reported to iPads, not anything different, but specifically for Texas. And how would people respond to that? Because it would be voluntary as well. And
that's the question.
Yeah.
Would it be voluntary if it's part of a measure in accountability? Because half the accountability will be empty in that case without having the Sarah.
Yeah, that does pose an interesting question as to the level of requirement, because all I'm aware of that's required is the 1 and the 9 and what we get on that.
Right.
So we would have to kind of broach that subject to see if we could fill in these missing pieces for these measures for people whose data doesn't show up in iPads for some reason. If it's not going to come in on the 1, it's not going to come in on the 9, and we need to get it, then maybe we would do a follow-up spreadsheet asking for the iPads information specific to Texas. Does that make sense to people? Comments?
I mean, I don't know why either.
I think I find you, so. He's not.
You could, but you know, like in my school, we have 5 schools in our OPID. I mean, you might have a school that is really just a location of another one, so they're reporting that way, or I guess it's entirely possible that the name they're using is different. You know, their retail name and their official name are not the same.
I'll give you an example. Virginia College in Austin, I found Virginia College in Austin. But also, we have Virginia College in Birmingham. They do mostly online. Probably they joined Sarah now, I don't know. But that's not separate. But they are separate from the one located in Austin. So I had no information about the students served by that Birmingham location, which are Texas students, and we are supposed to account for them in the accountability system. So in general, a school, if it's a chain of schools, it's the same school, they keep their names. They don't change the name. Then we have another discussion when a school is bought by another and they change the name, but they keep the iPad's ID, and that's a different thing. But usually they keep their name and you look at the location, and you don't find one in Texas. You just find the headquarters. For example, not a 2-year, but a 4-year is the Capella University. You don't find a Capella, Texas. So you have all these students from all over the country. And there are some 2-year schools the same way. It's just because it's easier with reporting for them in iPads, I think.
Bill, just real quick, because I've got it summarized here. So for iPads reporting for completions and 12-month enrollment, which for iPads is July to July, I think, or June, July, that's due, that closes October 19th. Student financial aid, grad rates, and outcome measures opens December 14th and closes February 15th. And fall enrollment opens December 14th and closes April 12th.
But remember that it closes, and then they start cleaning the data and eventually call back the schools to make corrections if it's needed. So by the time it's done,
it's published, yeah.
It's several months later.
Yeah. Okay. So that's good information. Thanks, Cliff. I think we talked about what Sarah might imply and sending out some information. If we were to need Texas-specific information that we thought would be in iPads but isn't in iPads, then we'll probably figure out a way to bring that together so that it's not multiple things happening, and be very limited in scope to the data that we need that would be for those iPads measures and for completion or whatever the particular things are. But it would be limited in scope, and we'd be asking that people fill that out and send it back to us so that we could calculate these measures and include your data in the accountability system. So we'll follow up on that.
And I don't want to mislead them.
Yeah.
But part of that iPad information, we never talked about the online resume. I request a lot of financial information, like revenues and expenditures, that I get from iPads otherwise, because they are required in the online resume. And the resumes are staying as they are because that's what the law requires them to be. So besides the measure that we discussed today, in case I send you something, you'll see some financial information that we need.
So are people familiar with the online resumes? Okay, so if you go to our website, right near where you click on the link to go to the accountability system, there's another link that says online resumes. And online resumes are mandated by statute, and I can't remember when it was implemented, but it's mandated by statute, and it's a one-pager, and it's literally kind of like what it says, an online resume of every institution. And it has mandated fields that have to be present in the online resume. We don't have a lot of choice about that. So we have to fill in, so we collect that data, we fill it in, and we post it on the online resume. And some of that overlaps with accountability, and some of it doesn't. And so the information that we get may be in accountability, and then it'll roll into the online resume. If it's specific to the online resume and it's not in accountability, then we add it and we put it in the online resume. That has to happen. So we've been doing that. As I mentioned in response to Steve's question, we've been doing that. We've been creating online resumes. We've been doing it with the data that we've been collecting. I didn't see any expansion of data collection in the theoretical term, although if we're not getting the data that we're supposed to be collecting, then we may have to send out this other spreadsheet. But we've been able to feed both of those systems through what we've already been doing. But what we're learning is that if we can't get the information that we're supposed to be getting and that we're supposed to be putting in the online resumes, then what I'm taking from Gabriella is that it's blank.
It's blank, and it looks blank because it doesn't even appear like a blank table. It appears as a blank space.
Yeah.
And
so
I want to give them an example of information that partially will be used for online and partially for accountability. In accountability, we have percent of students on Pell. In online resume, we have number of students on Pell, average Pell, percent Pell. Loans, the same information. Grants, the same information. So if I ask you, I am not going to ask you only about Pell because the online resume wants to know the grants and especially the loans and the average loan. But they are not together. They are in two different
And our
places.
data source for that originally was
iPads.
intended to be iPads. But
I mean,
then again,
it's
we're in this-
iPads if I find the school there.
Right, and if we find the school there and if it's broken out by Texas. So it's that same circular little discussion that's happening that kind of reverberates like dominoes through a couple of different systems. So two things I want to do at this point. One, kind of sum it up by saying that if we start a process and we approach you and we say there's additional information that we need to get that would be reported in iPads but we can't find it, or we need it for Texas, you've already given it to iPads, we're mimicking that, but please provide it for Texas, or we need completions because you're in Sarah and we can't get completion data from Sarah yet. We'll coordinate all that so that it's one collection and we'll keep it minimized so it's not overly burdensome, but we're probably going to move forward on that and ask and try to get that data. And hopefully that's not something that would be controversial or be an issue. I don't know what our mandates are and aren't yet. We'll figure that out, but I don't want to go to the point of saying, oh, this is going to have to be required and all that kind of stuff. I'd rather everybody understand why it needs to be done and everybody participate. But if it is a requirement, then that's what we'll have to do. So that covers that. And then at this point, since we have some extra time, I don't know if people would be interested, but you've mentioned a couple of times wanting to show people some stuff online. We have some time for that. If I'll say that we can officially or I guess we'll say unofficially we can end at this point saying that if you need to go or you want to do something else, we're 30 minutes early, you can do that. If you'd like to participate in what Gabriella is going to do here and see some information online, see what accountability currently looks like online, see an online resume, see what these gaps are that she's talking about, see what the two-year career institution sector looks like in accountability and the things that we've been talking about being reported there, and how you can go to an institution there and you can see a bunch of measures listed, but you can see a whole bunch of blanks. Right? Because we don't have that data. It's just blank, 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 or it says no data, no data, no data, no data. Things that we're trying to work on not continuing on in the future. You can see the blanks in the online resumes, and you can get a feel for kind of what this is going to be like, knowing that come January or early 2017, we're going to replace the accountability system.
And keep in mind the online resume usually is for legislatures. They look at the online resume.
Yeah, that's why they mandated it. They like it. They like one page. They like seeing, okay, I've got a snapshot of this university. Well, I don't want to overuse that word. I've got a picture, or I've got a story of this university all here on one page with all this information that when they put that mandate together, or when they passed that legislation, was information that they felt was important for them making policy decisions. So why don't you go ahead and you can take over the screen now. And,
Actually, could I do one comment before?
Absolutely.
Just in case folks are going to head out at this point. Just want to let you know that we'll be taking the comments and do want to get something out to you in writing that summarizes the input that we got today. And you'll have about a week to review, share with your colleagues. So if there's anything else that as you're driving home today, you think, oh, I should have said this, or, we really missed this, or when you get back to your institution, someone says, that's not going to fly. So any of that, you'll have the opportunity to email us back. So all of the contacts for the information that you've gotten so far, you'll get that. And we will be looking, as I said, for about a week turnaround so that we can keep these moving for the system change that's coming up, hopefully by the end of the year. So thank you.
Perfect, thanks. Okay, so for my part, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to hang out for a little while and see some of this, but then I'll end up running before 3 o'clock. But thank you all for participating and coming, and thanks to everybody on the phone. And if they still want to watch this tour, that they're invited to do that too.
If you go to our own main page, on the left side, online resumes are right there. This is one requirement of the resume to be on the main page of every institution. As far as I know, it's not a requirement for you, but it's for the public. So we have it on our page too. I'll show it to you on the data page too. If it shows from here. Well, it's not doing anything.
Did you break our website? Did clicking on the link break our website? Just close the browser and try again.
Let's go to the data page.
Yeah.
We have data resources and tools, and it takes you here. Under online application, the first one is accountability, and a little bit down the page is online institutional resume. I want to show you these two, but also two reports on success with employment that we do for you, but we also do for public and independent institutions, and they use it for SACS accreditation and other type of accreditation, so I think it works. And they are acceptable. In the accountability system, there are these two categories that says not Texas public, because some of the institutions are for profit, some of them are non-profit, some of them were public but out of state. So we just had this general. And here, at this point, are the different categories of closing the gaps. All the schools are listed. You can select any one of them. Do we want the Cordon Bleu Austin? It says that you had a full head count of 607 students in fall 2014.
Which is actually close to what was reported in IPED, so that's good.
Yeah, so we never could have a perfect fit between what you report to us and what is reported in IPEDs.
But that's roughly accurate how many people you would see in the building
Yeah.
if you arrived.
So basically, one of the reasons Bill was talking about trying to change a little bit the report. See how far behind? I mean, we are 2016 and we are displaying 2014. It's all such old news in a way. So we hope to change. Annual duplicated enrollment and all those measures that we were talking about, and this is the percent of students receiving Pell. And if you hover over that I, you get the definition of each of the measures and the source. And that goes in every one of them. In the institution efficiency and effectiveness are all those measures with financials that are from IPEDS. And these measures, I didn't mention it, but they were designed with the association. Now that I know you are a board member, we work with them as representatives.
I remember you coming to those,
Yeah. So these are a lot of the financials that we were talking about. The faculty, again, whatever you reported in IPEDS. Now,
can you show them where the licensure would be if they?
Well, I think the licensure, we were telling you that we have a separate report for the publics. It's not the same type of CBM report, but it's called licensure report. It's going on the web. We put the major and ask each institution to tell us how many licenses, how many students attempted, how many students passed, how many certifications, again, how many other students attended, how many passed. And we calculate this particular measure for them. That would be an additional reporting, but that, honestly, it's voluntary. If they don't want to report it, CBM reporting is not voluntary. But if they don't want to report on licensure, but they have the blank. So.
This that first line right there, where it shows SIP program number passing and per pass rate, that's the thing we were talking about that we didn't let you know about, that you could enter that as an aggregate number by program in the if you log in through the institutional login.
So it also provides, for example, there are no licenses in this field. So is this a place I comment there are no licenses in this field, and it goes there, it just remains blank?
That's why we have the zip codes. If you don't have any, then none. I mean, that's fine. If you decide to participate in that licensing report that we do with the publics, which is a little bit more information, separates the licensure from certifications, and so we'll fill in for you from what you send us. If not, you can go and do it. So the online resume, again, you have the 2-year non-public. I think Asher College is a good one to show you the blanks. But they're not generating.
That's pretty blank.
Yeah.
Try the Cordon Bleu.
Let's Baptist Health System. I found them, so I don't think it works. Or maybe this particular computer. So anyway, sorry. I wanted to show you, we have gainful employment placement rate. We don't do it for you at this point. We can. This was designed to show the placement rate. For example, let's say Amarillo College. It's for every major that they have for that particular year and all the levels of degrees. It was designed based on the guidance from the feds. And this is pretty much what they use for that requirement. Does it work? You know what? I think
they're both using WebFocus.
it may be something with this computer that it doesn't go there. Student follow-up. We have an exit cohort. No, I'm sorry, not the definitions. The reports. We create this for you. So this is done. We do it every year, and it shows your exiters. So people who graduated, your graduates, or people who left your institutions, what do they do the following fall? If they return to you in the fall, then they are not in this group. So let's say we're back to somebody who is here. We have undergraduate completer, graduate completers, or leavers. Leavers are people who left your institution and never graduated that year. They were enrolled. We didn't find them in the next fall enrolled at your institution, but they didn't graduate. So probably you have undergraduate completers. You don't have graduate programs. So what you'll have here is a snapshot of how many people, in this case 455, out of which 193 were leavers, the rest were graduates, and if they worked and continued school, or just went to school. They continued going to school. And the report shows you by level of the award they got. If they went in other place to be enrolled, where did they go? In a community college, university, or a health science center. In this particular one, we cannot add another non-public school because you are behind with the report. We don't have the data for you. And that's why it's not here. And the wages in the first quarter of that year. So this is a quarterly age, mean and median for everybody. And then industries where we found them employed, if they worked, if they went to school next fall after the graduates, for example, these are the schools we found. What kind of majors they enrolled in, continuing their education. And the same information of wage based on the zip codes. And the same thing is for people who left without graduating. So these are the graduates. We create that for Rice University, for example. That's what they use for their SACS accreditation. So, and others. So please feel free to use this. I didn't know if you know about it or not. I'm sorry I cannot show you the resumes. That's pretty much the only things that we...
Can you show them on the accountability, if you just, on the main page, where it says institutional login, does it say? Yeah, click on that. So this is the screen where you can request a password, or not I guess it requested an account to do any data entry, which at least licensure is in there. I'm not sure what else is in there for your institution types, but.
Do you have a login?
I don't.
I don't.
None of us have a login?
But what I want to also mention is not only for you to enter data, but you also to enter comments. let's say your enrollment went down compared with last year, you can comment, this is happening because it was the hurricane or something like that, or something happened that may explain the difference in the data, so something that happened in your institution. So
Can you show them where the comments end up?
Public schools that do that?
yeah, you're kidding. There are a lot of them that do. Let's say, let's try. I mean, I cannot think now. See? This is hours. Yes. But for example, here, they, no, this is not a good example. I think I'll be better off using universities. Look, full head count, and they put a whole paragraph of what they do to increase or whatever. And we don't edit at all. Whatever you put, that's fine. But it's not mandatory. I'm not sure if we send a public message, I mean, to you that, hey, we put there, please verify the data, tell us if something's wrong, enter your comments. I think you can enter them at any time for you. You don't enter any information for gainful employment. The report that I showed you, we generate so the institutions can use when they have to report to the feds. We are not part of gainful employment at all. It's between you and Washington. So this is how a comment looks like.
I'm taking it that UT is writing this for the staff and the legislature mostly. Is that
For whoever reads it, I mean, really. I mean, if you put there something, say like semester credit hours, increased freshman applications. It's whatever you want to put there to enhance the information that the data shows. And if you need something from us, you need a project, you need to apply for a grant, that you need data that is based on what you report to us, you can make a request that you need this particular. It won't be student level, but it can be an aggregate report that will return to you. So.
Great. By the way, if any, we talked about how the slides had lines for comments. If any of you want to write anything down or leave any written comments here today, in addition to what you'll be getting that Jenna talked about in follow-up, if there's anything you want to leave, just leave it with Chelsea and we'll incorporate. Are you guys done? Cliff?
Yeah.
You guys done?
I think so. Yeah, if
Okay.
anyone needs to talk to me about student reporting or anything, feel free.
Okay, thank you guys very much for coming. We really appreciate your input and your participation. So goodbye to everybody on the phone. We'll declare the meeting done, and thank you very much.
And feel free to send us any emails with questions.
Well, and he might actually be able to reports online now. He won't need it in his office.
We had other division. Maybe Paul.